For over a century, they observed you, measured you, questioned what they could not explain. Reports were written, then filed away. Findings whispered in academic circles, yet never spoken in classrooms. Knowledge stored like a secret, visible but never illuminated. But the silence only lasts so long. Eventually, truth resurfaces. The great book of melanin research opens the door to what was gathered and concealed. Decades of studies, global reports, and scientific notes that reveal more about identity, culture, and human design than they ever expected. This is not myth. This is not speculation. This is the record they left behind. A record meant for anyone but you. Order today, and the Police Stop Law package becomes your free companion. A guide to protection, awareness, and grounding in the world you navigate daily. For a century, they studied you in silence. Now the silence breaks, and the knowledge returns home.
It only takes one moment, one wrong move, one unexpected stop. When life gets real, know what to do, know what to say. Join KYRF.org today.
What up, people? What be cracking on another Saturn's day? Yeah, not on camera again. I'm not camera ready yet. Not camera ready yet for the people who don't know. This is what I look like, actually. This is what I really look like. Some of the swelling went down, but actually a lot of it went down, but I'm still not camera ready yet, so this is kind of what it look like right now. So we're gonna go with another camera off week. I might be ready to go by next week. But appreciate you for showing up on another Saturn's day. What's cracking with your peoples? What up, Christopher Perkins? I see you in here already. What up, brother? Excuse me. Hold on, my mic is falling apart. You guys let me know if you can hear me okay. Because the mic is a little tricky today. But let me know if you guys can hear me. I see Bro L Wise. I see RK Strength Training. Oops. Willie Bait, excuse me. Willie Bait Boyland. Is that Willie Boylan? True SAT. Excuse me. My eyes are tripping today, you guys. Hold on, my contacts are a little off. There we go. Tigers GSU. Leah 86. What up, Leah? DJ Sherm. What is that? Man, this name deep. Oh, God damn it! What the hell is that? DPRK Dre Probin. Yo, what's cracking? What up, True Knowledge? Oh man, hold on. What up, True Knowledge? Stress Free Worldwide, Melanated Brown, Gal Aqua, Empress 535, got you Willie Boylan. Yo, Dwayne Hicks, appreciate you, brother. Got me start getting it going right off the bat. You know we got the goal. We got the $300 goal. Appreciate you, brother. Really $350 since my accident. But I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much, Dwayne Hicks. Also a Know Your Rights Foundation volunteer. You need to follow in Dwayne Hicks' footsteps and get on down there, people. Stop playing. When you say Willie Boy, he says make Israel shalom again. Make Israel shalom again. Hey, for real. Happy Saturn's Day to you, Dwayne Hicks. So else we got in here? The Life of Nam, Chris Tiger Ellis. Oops. I keep scrolling past your name. Sorry. Bro L Wise, I got you. That Call Me Unc. Or is that Call Me Unc? How is that? D-A-N-T? Is that Dant Call Me Unc? Is that what that says? But Karen Williams. What's cracking? M-Ra? Is that it? Is it M-Ra? Or Mr. Ra? I told y'all with these names. King Lemuel Productions. What up, brother? Excuse me. Oh, snap. DPR and K Drobin. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Wait, where'd you go? Hold up. Thank everybody for the super chat. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Oh, we got another one in here. Is that Ronald? Excuse me. Ronald Drohawk. Drohawk. Y'all in these names, man. If I don't get it, sorry. Sending love through the force. That's what's up. Appreciate you. Thank you, brother. And D Nice. Appreciate y'all, everybody. So we got it off to 70 right off the bat in the super chat. Thank you, guys. Let me give you guys some love. Appreciate you, everybody.
May the force be with you.
Appreciate you for all the love, all the donation love, for the $300 goal. And sorry, let me hit you, Jalen Brooks. Jaylene, thank you, brother, for the Cash App. Thank you, sir. Let me get you some love in here, brother. Thank you, man.
May the force be with you.
So, anybody who were waiting on some books, you gotta bear with me for a minute. I'm still a little messed up. If you ordered t-shirts, I sent you guys a t-shirts, but I'm still not able to get to the post office yet. I should be able to do that this week. It's really hard. My kind of messed up. My arm is really jacked up. It's like probably the most my arm has actually ever been messed up, where I can't even turn. Damn it! I can't even open the door. I can't. That's how hard. That's like it's fractured in a weird spot, but then bruised in like 2 or 3 other spots to where I can't even like hold my jacket with 2 fingers to zip up a zipper. That's how that's how hard, that's how much it hurts. So bear with me for a minute, guys. I'm still going to get your books out, so appreciate you. But today is the last day of the what is it, Melanated History Month. Today is the last day, so I will keep the deal going for today. So if anybody wants to order the Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy, bam, you will get the whole Police Stop Law package for free. Know Your Rights Manual, Public Official Bonds book, the Qualified Immunity card. You get the new Constitutional Rights cards. I don't have the new qualified immunity card on here, but we do also have the new This is the civil rights constitutional rights card. We have the qualified immunity notices right here. Bam. We got the ICE rights cards. So you get the whole police stop law package for free. Plus you get the 5 decks of flashcards and the 3 t-shirts. So since it's the weekend, I'll extend it to tomorrow. But since today is only supposed to be the last day, so you can do it today and tomorrow. But tomorrow's the last day. So if you want the deal, the final deal, you get the whole package plus the 3 t-shirts. You get all the t-shirts. You get all 3. What's going on with this computer? You get all 3 shirts if I'm able to share my screen. Get all the shirts. Bam, there we go, right here. You get Volume 1, Rapstrology Volume 1, Rapstrology Volume 2. This is probably my favorite one right here, Rapstrology Volume 2, because it has red and meth. So I was able to get red and meth in there together in a singular one, but red and meth is also a group. So I was able to get the group of red and meth in there on a singular one. So shout out to me. No, I'm just kidding. But I got my guys in there, and boom, Volume 3. You can see right here, Biz Markie, Busta Rhymes, Ice Cube, and Big L. Shout out to Mo Dizzle. I was watching Beat Street the other day. Mo Dizzle was killing it in Beat Street. You haven't seen Beat Street in a while, go back and watch Beat Street. Mo D killing it. A jingo, a Django, a jinga jango, pole to pole. If you want your welfare check, y'all can kiss my mistletoe. Shout out Mo D. But yeah, you get all 3 of these, or you can substitute one of these for the Woostrology t-shirt. Right here. Bam. You can get Woostrology, that's the regular one that's in the store, or this is the special edition that you can only get if you order the Great Book of Melanin Research with the Wu-Tang W. So appreciate you guys for supporting. But so again, today is the last 2 days. Today and tomorrow will be the last 2 days of the Melanated Month sale. I wasn't able to get out and mail your stuff, so I had to keep the sale going. God damn it, y'all got me. Y'all, if the concrete didn't beat my ass, boy, y'all wouldn't be getting this sale. But because I got my ass whooped by the concrete, you guys get some extra days. Plus, you get the 5 days of flashcards. So thank you guys for supporting. Appreciate you. All right, everybody. Ready? Also, remember to go to patreon.com/realnagas if you want to order, or if you want to get your status, if you want to correct your status, have 1 foot in the system and 1 foot out of the system. That's how we're doing it. You're going to have to know the law coming up. You see what's happening. You see where we're going, man. America's on the downswing. You better get your ass over here and start learning this law, secure your status before all this shit goes to hell. I'm telling you right now, before America goes to shit, you better get in here and get yourself right. So if you haven't done that, make sure you get over to patreon.com/realnagas. Sign up to the highest status class level, and I will give you the paperwork for free when you can explain it. Okay, you have to be able to explain it, but when you can explain it, I'll give it to you for free. We need a law army. As you can see what's going on right now, we're going to need a law army. And we're probably going to be fighting against New Kazaria. That's going to be the people that we probably are going to be fighting against the most. So make sure you get in there, patreon.com/realnagas. Reclaim your status, have 1 foot in the system and 1 foot out of the system, so that you can contract with them, but not be obligated to the system. That's how you want to do it. 1 foot in. I have all of your documents, but these documents do not obligate me because I have severed all of these contracts. And I'm only holding these documents out of duress because you've given me no other way to proceed in this system. So I'm going to hold these documents. However, they hold no power over me because I've severed these contracts before. So that's how you're going to operate in the system when you get your paperwork. 1 foot in, 1 foot out. You don't have to sever, give all your documents back and all that. You can keep all your stuff. Still have all your everything that you have right now. You're just taking control of those documents to where they have no jurisdiction over you. So again, patreon.com/realnagas. Sign up if you want to learn how to get out of the system while staying in the system and using it to your advantage. Because that's really what it's all about. Using information to your advantage. That's what we want to do. All right, people. Got ready to get into it. It's been a whole bunch of bull crappery. Because Kansas just invalidated all trans driver's license. Oh, snap. Yeah, the it's going down, man. It's some crazy stuff going down. I'm researching the origins of glitter. So what? What do you mean? Glitter's just, what do you mean? You're researching the origins of glitter? What are the origins of glitter? It's just aluminum, cut up aluminum, isn't it? What are the origins of glitter? You gotta let me know. Now I'm interested. What are the origins of glitter? You say watching B Street now? That's what's up. That's what's up, bro. L-Wise, B Street. That's my joint right there, man. I was watching that last month. I was like, God damn, this is a good ass movie. Shout out to Grandmaster Melly Mel. He killing it at the end. B Street, the king of the beat. You see your fucking nut beat from across the street. All right, y'all, let's get into it. So as you've heard, your ball gargling boy Trump has launched a war on Iran. He's launched the strikes on Iran, and not for us. He didn't do it for America. America has no interest in this whatsoever. This is completely and utterly for Kazaria. This shows you how much Netanyahu or Netanyahu got is up Trump's butt. I mean, he is deep throating Netanyahu. So let's see. Let's see what Trump's reasons are for taking America in the war. And he said Americans might die. Now, are you prepared for that? Do you want Americans to go and get taken out for New Kazaria? I don't think so. All right, so here we go.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut.
1983? Are you crazy? This fool, he had to dig way back to 1983 to find a reason. And listen to what he said. Let's go back. Listen to this shit.
States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed.
So just talking shit. Hasn't done anything. So what? Now it's illegal to talk shit? Because America does that all the time. So we got to take them out because they was talking shit for 47 years. If somebody's talking shit for 47 years, let me tell you something. They're not about that life. As any fighter knows, the dude who's talking the most is the dude who's not going to do nothing. The dude you have to be worried about the most is the guy who shuts the hell up. When you start yelling and going crazy and talking, motherfucker, boo, 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 if the dude in front of you is quiet as hell, you need to get out of Dodge. That's the dude you don't want to be around. But the dude who running his mouth, yapping, motherfucker, fuck you, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, you can let him talk. That's all he's trying to do. He's trying to get some steam off. He's talking, that's it. So, again, death to America for 47 years. We got to get him. They said it for 47 years. Then he went back to 1943 talking about some attack in 1983. Okay, if you're going back that far, then go back to the USS Liberty attack from Kazaria that killed hundreds of people. That they knew it was an American ship. They flew an American flag. They even called it in. and Kazaria still continued to attack the ship. So you want to be pulling up this shit from 47 years ago and all that type of shit, then pull that up. Because Kazaria has killed more Americans than Iran has. That's a fact. Period. Iran only messes with America when America's in their region. If you're not over there in their region, you wouldn't be messed with. Just like if somebody was in your region, in your home, you're gonna be hostile towards them because they're in your house. So the fact that they keep talking about they're the most hostile people towards America, they wouldn't be hostile if you get out their backyard, if you get out their damn house. Get the fuck out. Then that's how that works.
Shed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel.
So not Iran, he says Iran proxies. So he still can't point to anything that Iran has done. He keep talking about people that Iran hired. You mean like America be hiring people to do shit around the world? So if you're going to attack them for that, then you got to attack yourself. You got more proxies committing atrocities around the world, destabilizing governments around the world than anybody else. So who the hell are you to be talking about Iran using proxies? He just coming up with bullshit. There's no reason for America to go to war with Iran right now. Not one. And he coming up with shit from 47 years ago. Are you fucking crazy, dude?
In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels and international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monster.
Iran has done nothing like that. Iran's major enemy has been Saudi Arabia and it was Iraq. So their main enemies have been other Muslim countries for the most part: Iraq, Saudi Arabia, and New Kazaria. That's their enemies. If you wasn't tied to New Kazaria's balls so tight, you wasn't like a koala bear, you wasn't hanging from their balls like a koala bear, then America wouldn't give a goddamn about America. But because you're trying to protect Kazaria, then that's why you getting hit by strays, because you keep involving yourself in somebody else's business. So this is the fuck shit. He keep talking about them. They did this, they did that, they did this. They're not coming after America. Not at all, not in the slightest. They're not coming after America. Only when America busts their nose in their business. When Kazaria tries to ramp up stuff, or tries to ramp up wars and strikes against them, and they want to retaliate, they can't really retaliate because America's in the way. So that's the only time that there's any animosity with America, is when you step in the way like Debo for Kazaria.
October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again, they can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what.
They agreed to 99% of what America put forth, which is crazy. If you come to me and try to tell me how to run my damn house and I'm not doing nothing to you and tell me you need to make a deal, or I'm gonna blow your house up. I'm gonna tell you to kick rocks, EAD, all the rest, all of that. You don't get to come to me and tell me how to run my house. You lost your fucking mind. But Iran entertained it. All right, yeah, we'll make a deal with you. We'll let you in. To monitor what we're doing with the uranium. And that was the first. We're talking about the first time they were doing that. We'll only enrich uranium to 30%. They was doing all of that. And Trump, he nixed the deal. That was Obama, because Obama made the deal. So he nixed the deal and wouldn't do the deal again. So they was like, all right, well, if you're not going to redo the deal, then we'll go to 60%. Going to 60% was to bring them back to the table to deal again. Because Iran doesn't really want a damn bomb. That's against their religion. They ain't about blowing motherfuckers up, a bunch of people up. That's against their religion. So they Kazaria and America keeps using this as an excuse, knowing that that's against their religion. They're not about that. They wouldn't do that. And they repeatedly state that we don't do that. And they've never tried. They've named somebody that they've killed like in mass amount, like a mass killing where they've blown up hundreds of people. They haven't done that. They've only done that or fighting against New Kazaria. So they know, America knows that Iran doesn't want anything, any animosity or any war with America. So they agreed to 99%. The only thing they said that they wouldn't do is cut out their uranium program altogether, completely. And America knew that was a poison pill, meaning they knew if we offered that, they knew Iran was going to turn it down, and that they would have to go to war because of it. They didn't want no peace with Iran, and they did the same thing. The first time they were negotiating with Iran, they attacked them during negotiations. So the same thing right now, as they were negotiating, meaning the Iranian negotiator was over here, was wherever the negotiations were being held. They attacked them again. America attacked them again. Look, you can't trust these motherfuckers for nothing. That's even worse. That says you can't trust America to deal on the up and up at any point in time. You have to watch them consistently. Anything they tell you, you know it's bullshit, and that's bad. When your reputation is like that, where no one trusts you around the world, this is the reputation that Trump has given America now. If we try to negotiate with you with peace or for peace, we're going to kill you, and we're going to kill you in the process. We might try to kill you while we're negotiating with you. Just be on the lookout.
What was happening? They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their nation.
Wait a minute. How are you going to obliterate something again? If it was obliterated the first time, shouldn't it still be obliterated? Obliterated means destroyed out of existence. It does not exist anymore. And then look what he said. We've been dealing with them for decades. So if you've been dealing with them for decades and they still haven't gotten to the point where they were able to get a bomb, decades, it's taking them decades, and they still don't have a bomb. Then last year you went and obliterated their program that they did have. Whatever they were working on, you went and obliterated that. So why would you have to go back in now? If it took them decades to reach the point where they were when you just bombed them and obliterated the remaining program, how the fuck were they able to come up with a whole new program in just 8 months? If it took them decades before, and then you obliterated that. He just saying dumb shit that idiots will just listen to this and that'll flow right over the top of a dumb motherfucker's head. that he said we've been dealing with them for decades. They still don't have a bomb after decades. Then we took that program out, but that's not enough because in 8 months, they revamped everything that it took them decades to get to that point. They revamped everything in 8 months. Come on, man. This is such bullshit. This boy he destroyed his whole presidency. He is an idiot.
Navy, we are going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack.
Yo, Broderick Enoch, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the cash app. Oh, hold on. Thank you for the cash app. Oops. Let me give you some love right here, brother. Let me give you some love.
May the Force be with you.
Thank you, Broderick Enoch. Appreciate you. We're at 67. We're at 85 for the day. 85 for the day. You know the goal is 300 for the day, everybody. Appreciate you. Appreciate you for the cash apps. All right, here we go.
Attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties.
Look at that. He just told you, you're going to go and die for Kazaria. He just told Americans, you're about to go die for new Kazaria. There can be nothing good that comes out of this war. If they go and they beat Iran, that serves America in no way possible whatsoever. We're not over there. We have no interest in that region whatsoever. None. We don't need the oil. America has enough oil to last us forever, for hundreds of years. This is what most people don't know. America, right now, in North America, there's enough oil in North America to last hundreds of years. We don't need oil from any other country. So look at this shit. It's just bullshit. All for Israel.
That often happens in war, but we're doing this not for now.
Rosalind, thank you for the cash app. Appreciate you, girl. Thank you, Rosalind.
May the Force be with you.
Thank you, girl. We're at, excuse me. We're at 110 for the day. 110, everybody. Thank you for the super chats and donations.
We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces.
Shout out to South Africa. What up, Danger Man Dubs? South Africa. What up, South Africa? Peace to you, peeps.
And all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or in the alternative, face certain death.
Genius Williams, thank you for the cash app. Appreciate you. Or Genesis. I can't see. Don't get mad at me. It's Genesis, not Gen. My bad. Thank you, Genesis.
May the Force be with you.
My eyes are off. I got one working with. I'm working with a swollen eye over here. But appreciate you.
So lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere.
So he's trying to tell the Iranian people, when we start dropping bombs, you guys need to rally and go overturn the government. So this is basically a regime change war. So he's telling you that he wants to destroy it. He's doing it because of the nuclear program, the bombs, right? But then he says, but now we're going to do it because we just want a regime change. Well, which is it? So because if it's just that you want the bombs, then no matter what, if they stop the bombs, you still don't want to stop the war. Meaning you just only want a regime change. You want a government that's favorable to not only America, but we know who over there, Kazaria. They really want to break up Iran into a bunch of different little sections over there, like, you know, Kurdistan and all the rest of these little spots. So they're trying to
take over.
They're trying to break it up into little factions, which will make it easier to control for Kazaria, really, because Kazaria can go in and buy off if it's broken down into different sections. It's much easier to to corrupt. Together we stand, divided we fall. That's their game. So he's committed that Americans may be killed. And so this is what they let me see if I can show you. So right after the war hit, they thought that Iran Iran would not have they thought Iran would be stifled for a second. They were like, okay, well, we'll shoot Iran. And where'd it go? Come on, man. Hold on. They thought Iran wouldn't be able to strike, but immediately what happened was Iran, they went ham. Iran, they went ham-ola. Oh no, what happened to them? So I gotta do this. So I'll go from here. All right. Come on, man. Where you going? All right, here we go. So check this out.
My audience is updated with the latest, and this is my audience is.
So immediately, Iran has been planning for this war for 25 years. They're not even worried about Israel. They can take them out anytime they want. They got so many missiles. That's why America's there, because they need Israel need the help knocking them damn missiles down, right? So they're like, we can take them bitches out. We can take them bitches out anytime we want. They really are trying to go against America, and they've been planning this for 25 years. Yo, real quick. Yo, Samuel Harris. Excuse me, Samuel Harris. Appreciate you. Well, let me get you in here. Samuel Harris. Appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat, the super sticker. And Eugene, Eugene Michael. Let me give y'all some love. And Master Yoda, words from the master.
May the force be with you.
Appreciate you. And Lane Elliott, thank you for the cash app. Appreciate you.
May the force be with you.
All right, we are at, where are we at on our goal? Hold on. Oops. So we are at 250. Oh, excuse me, 150. 155 for the day. 155 for our goal. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. All right, so check this out. So Iran struck immediately. They were not having it.
Updated with the latest, and this is breaking news just coming in at this hour. I'll come back to you in a short while from now. Iran has actually launched a counterstrike. Israeli military says that missiles launched from Iran have headed towards Israeli military. The defensive systems are operating to intercept the threat. Once again, Iran has started to retaliate, and the first target is the Israeli military, and the Israeli military has posted this. It says that missiles have been launched from Iran towards Israeli military. The defensive systems are operating to intercept the threat. I'm still talking to Mr. Omar. He's in Ankara, and Kripa is our correspondent. She is in the newsroom. Kripa, before I go to Omar, what's the latest update from your end?
Thanks, Eric. We have reports from the state TV that Iran is preparing to, quote, take revenge on Israel and that it is ready to deliver a strong response. As we reported, the Israeli army says missiles have been launched towards Israel from Iran. And this comes as Israeli military also said that schools across Israel are closed, public has been informed to work from home, and public gatherings have officially been banned. We also have a latest coming in that Israel has launched missiles toward Israel, as you've already mentioned. And Israeli army says missiles launched from Iran were identified heading towards Israel, prompting sirens across the country.
Iran is not playing. They launched strikes on everybody. They launched strikes on Saudi Arabia, on Dubai, on Abu Dhabi. Niggas in Dubai just chilling in the hotel and just got hit with a missile. Bow! Whoa, what the fuck, yo? They like, nigga, what up? These are all allies of New Kazaria, where they launch strikes from these places. So they like, if y'all gonna be, if you guys are gonna be allies and launch strikes from these places, then sorry, homie, got to take you out the game. So it is insane over there right now. So they didn't think Iran was gonna strike this fast. They thought, okay, we're gonna strike them and it was going to be like it was last time. Nah, they were ready. Immediately, they struck back and hit. So they hit Tel Aviv. They hit Saudi Arabia. They hit Dubai. They hit Abu Dhabi. They hit the base, American base in Abu Dhabi. There was a soldier who was looking out of the window and saw the missile hit. He was like, "Oh shit!" It was an American soldier. He was looking out the window like, "Holy shit!" That nigga jumped up. He's like, "I gotta get the fuck out of here." So Iran not playing. America, or not America, but Trump has bitten off more than he could chew on this shit, which is, he done lost his damn mind. Yo, real quick, Shanice Reed, appreciate you. Thank you for the cash app. Thank everybody hitting the cash app today. We're at 160 for the day. 160, everybody.
May the force be with you.
So we're going to be in. They said so. Iran said they can do this for years. They're ready to go to war with America for years. They said years. However, there are reports coming out that says America doesn't have that many weapons. They can only probably do this, a sustained strike, for a couple of weeks, maybe a month at the most. And after that, this is what Iran is waiting on. They waiting for America and Kazaria to run out of bombs. They use this nigga. He got the leader of Iran. He said, "Yo, we using the missiles from the back end. We using missiles from the back pile. Like, these are broke ass missiles, nigga. We." He like, nigga, these are the missiles that got they missing a couple of screws and a couple of nuts and bolts. Nigga, they got smoke when we launched them bitches. They got smoke coming out from the bottom, not just the back, from the bottom and shit. They're like, nigga, these the broke missiles we launching at you right now. Like, nigga, we can go for years if you want to, bitch. So your boy Trump has gotten America into some straight up fuckery that I don't think he's going to be able to get out of. I really don't. So let me see. So they also their first strikes, and this is how this goes to show you the evil of who is the true evil side. Kazaria, they struck Iran. They hit a school, a girls' school, killed 85 girls, allegedly. This is what they're saying, but I saw the video. You go on the video on Telegram, on Real World News, and some of those channels, they show the video, showing the videos of the bombs hitting over there. So, but I got to say allegedly, but I saw the video. 85 young girls, and the parent, and the teachers. Then a gym got hit, 14 more kids. So you're trying to tell me that the sophisticated Kazaria, they don't know the targets they're hitting? They know they're taking out children. They have to, and again, this is the biggest I gotta watch my language. Little one taker outers that you've ever seen in a regime, in any government ever. And that has to be because they worship Moloch. You're seeing the repercussions of them worshiping some god like Moloch, the god of child sacrifice. They don't care. They'll just take out you see them doing it over in Gaza. They just don't care. There's no remorse. There's no sympathy, empathy, whatever for children. That's because they're sacrificing them. Allegedly. This is the sacrifice. This is how they, in their minds, gain power through sacrifice. It's that blood ritual magic bullshit. And this is what they're practicing. So, you say, what up, KFWD, man? What up? What up, Sam? Says, you can't convince someone who don't want to be convinced. Is that what you mean? Nope. It's wild how evil those folks. Yep, they are the most evil motherfuckers ever. And this is the Moloch side of the game that they're doing. Too much Epstein stuff is coming out. I mean, that's what's been dominating, not the mainstream media, as you can see, only some of it, but the mainstream media has been hiding all of the Epstein files. But the alternative media, if you've been on, Twitter or YouTube or Rumble, that's all they're talking about. I mean, you got hundreds and thousands of investigators that are just going into these files, breaking out, finding this, finding that, going crazy. And then they were like, holy shit, we didn't know all this was going. So now there's calls for that dude, Howard Lutnick, who was the roommate of Epstein, for him to be fired. I mean, there's such backlash going on right now. He was like, yo, we need to dominate the news cycle. How do we dominate this news cycle? Remember, they were supposed to do this weeks ago, but they had to pull back because they weren't ready to do it. And you can see, really, they weren't ready to do it now, because they tried to do what they call a decapitation strike, where they tried to take out the head of Israel, and it didn't happen. All the heads of Israel still alive. So that didn't work. And the reason they really did this is because what's his name? Thomas, Rokana, and what's his name? Thomas Massey. They were introducing a bill to where the president had to come back. So first of all, war is supposed to be declared by Congress. That's in the Constitution. However, since 9/11, they've subverted that and went to something called the Gang of Eight, where it's only the top 8 people in Congress that the president only has to notify those 8 that he's going to do a strike on somebody, and then boom, it's lawful that he can commit war against anybody as long as he notifies those 8, the Gang of 8. Now, Thomas Massey and Rokana, the ones who pushed the bill to get the Epstein files out, they were pushing another bill that said you had to go back to Congress to declare war. And that bill was just getting ready to push out this week. Some Democrats voted against the bill. They really they should have had the votes to push the bill, but some of the Democrats voted against it. And then that was like 2 days ago. That was 1 or 2 days ago. And because they weren't going to stop, they were still going to keep trying to push the bill through. So at some point in time, they knew that bill was going to get pushed through, and Congress and Trump would have had to go to Congress to get permission to go to war, to declare war. That's really why he started it also. So you got a whole bunch of shit going on that he was going to have to get permission to go to Congress. The Epstein file shit came out. Oh man, he had to do something. Yo, we on we on Lock Nation. Appreciate you. Let me give you some love. We on Lock. Appreciate you.
May the force be with you.
This is my constitutional card shredded. I need another one. What? They got shredded? What happened? You gotta hold on to those. Those are like gold. You gotta, those are like straight up gold right there, brother. So we're at 165 today. 165 for the donations, everybody. Keep them coming, everybody. We got the $300 goal, so appreciate you. So moving along. still going on right now. And it's funny how this came out when there was reports that some of the files from the Epstein files that dealt with Trump just somehow came up missing. They weren't released in the full document release. So let's check that out. Some of the documents that were supposed to be released in the Trump and dealt with Trump somehow just didn't get released. Let me see. All right. Oops. Check this out.
Confirmed that Trump-related Epstein files are missing.
Breaking news from MS Now this hour.
Yo, Charlie, appreciate you. Thank you for the Venmo. He Venmo'd me. He found my Venmo. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man. We're at 210 for the day. Appreciate you. Thank you, Charlie. Hold on, let me give you some love, brother. Thank you, Charlie.
May the force be with you.
Appreciate you, brother. So, here we go.
What we all suspected has now been confirmed that Trump-related Epstein files are missing.
Breaking news from MS Now this hour about Trump-related files missing from the DOJ's Epstein files release. Let's bring in MS Now senior legal reporter Lisa Rubin, who broke this story. Also with us, our senior White House reporter Von Hilliard, and MS Now legal analyst, former Manhattan DA assistant DA, that is Catherine Christian. And Lisa, you got this reporting. Walk us through it.
Well, Anna, one of the things I can tell you is that...
Yo, Leah, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you, Leah. Always hooking me up, girl.
May the force be with you.
Leah always hooking me up. Says you better drink water. You're right. Let me actually right now. Yes, let me drink some water right now. You're absolutely right. You gave me a $5 water drink. Thank you. Appreciate you, girl. All right. That was for Leah. Thank you, girl. So here we go. Epstein or Trump files missing from Epstein. And so basically, really quick though, just to give you a background on it, there was the report that Trump had oral done by this 13-year-old girl. Remember that report? And the girl bit him. And she laughed after she bit him, and he smacked her. He hit her, right? And so that report came out. So everybody was just saying that was just a report that came over the report line, the FBI report line, like somebody called it in. That didn't happen. That girl actually went to talk to the police and report that. Funny, that whole damn document, the report, everything got pulled from the file. So this was an actual person that said, yo, went and filed. She had she was violated, or she felt she was violated enough to actually go there and file the report. So none of this, I called in, none of this the tip line bull crap that they tried to throw you off with. Well, that's just the tip line. We don't know if that's true or not. Oh, okay. Well, what about actually going down there and filing? Does that count?
Based on documents that are available in the Epstein files, I'm just going to hold up to you what allowed us to get to this reporting. This is an index of witness statements from people who were not expected to testify at Ghislaine Maxwell's trial, but whose statements were nonetheless produced to her defense counsel in the run-up to her 2021 trial. We also have a smaller one with respect to those who were expected to testify. And based on those indices, as well as documents available in the file, MS Now can report that there is at least one witness for whom 3 interviews with the FBI in rapid succession in 2019 are missing. You might say, well, what's the big deal about that? Well, the big deal about that is that we can also confirm that that woman is the same person who in a 2025 FBI presentation is identified to have accused Donald Trump of a sexual assault when she was between 13 and 15 years old. We know that based on a human source who has confirmed to us that this woman is one and the same. So I want to make this very clear. There is a woman who, according to the FBI and documents compiled last summer, accused Donald Trump of sexually assaulting and physically abusing her. One of the things in her accusation is that in addition to forcing her to perform oral sex, he also hit her in that same episode. We have now connected that woman to someone who was interviewed by the FBI 4 times in 2019. Of those 4 interview memoranda,
4 times. This girl was interviewed 4 times. So not just once, 4 times. The FBI interviews you 4 times. That means they think you're credible. Just gonna say. That means they think you're credible. Yo, Jeffrey Higgs, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the Cash App. Appreciate you, brother.
May the Force be with you.
Boom, we're at 240 for today. 240. Thank you guys for the super chats and donations. And the Cash Apps. The Cash Apps, they don't take any money out on the Cash Apps. Super chats, they take 35%, but I appreciate anything you do. Thank you, guys. So here we go.
Which are listed in this index that I'm holding up right here. Only one of them can be seen. And in that interview, the accusations against Trump are not present. At the most, she says that she had met Trump on one occasion without detailing it. And when asked how she understood that Epstein was a person who committed abuse against her, she showed FBI agents a picture that she had been sent by a friend. It was a picture that she was reluctant to share with FBI agents because there was somebody else in the photograph. It turned out to be, according to this interview memo, a well-known photograph of Epstein and Trump together. She said that she was reluctant to show them the full image, lest she incriminate someone that she feared could retaliate against her.
Wow.
Okay, so you might say, well, okay, but this is MSNBC. Now they've rebranded as MS now. But so they, they're of course going to just be Trump derangement syndrome. They're going to say Trump this, Trump that. Of course, he's in the files. Of course, he's in the files. What I've really enjoyed saying about the release of the Epstein files is that everybody is pointing the finger at everybody, and that's fine if they're all guilty, because many of us think they probably all are. So yeah, you know what? Both sides. And if the Democrats just want to point at the Republicans, and the Republicans just want to point at the Democrats, so be it, as long as we get all the bastards. So yes, that was MSNBC. They're saying that there is some missing files. Trump has been erased from the files. I think that that's something we've also seen. We've seen the files disappear with Trump's name in them. And they certainly were protecting him. But you know what? At some point, the Democrats will be in power, and they're going to go ahead and make sure that those files are released. It's not just MSNBC talking about the Epstein files. Here is Fox News also talking about how Epstein paid off customs and immigration officials in the Virgin Islands to secure visas for girls as young as 12 years old who were being trafficked from various countries.
Barry Levine's the author of The Spider, Inside the Tangled Web of Jeffrey Epstein. So was he bribing customs and border officials in the Virgin Islands?
Well, listen, Jeffrey Epstein needed that access because these were the individuals who were granting these visas to these, young girls who were being flown over from, countries like Russia and so many other places. And these girls were as young as 12 years old. They were, before they got off the private plane, Jesse, the pilot and the people on board the flight would allegedly have them dress up in university and college sweatshirts to make them appear older, even though these were children. Okay. So Jeffrey Epstein knew that he needed access.
This dude was ultimate evil. Like, he was the main one carrying out all the evil agenda for all the families, Rothschild, mainly the Rothschilds, because they got pulled from the files. They were in the files at first, and then the second release of the names, somehow the Rothschilds' name was pulled. Weren't in the second release of the 300 names. So we know who's running this shit. This is the Rothschilds. Their whole 200 or 300 year rule is coming to an end. You can see it. It's unraveling for them. And it was the only way it could go.
To the customs officials there. And he would send turkeys at Thanksgiving. He would send them cannolis on Christmas Eve. But he also set the men up with.
Yo, real quick. Mary, thank you for the Cash App. Give me one more time.
May the Force be with you.
Damn. So we're up to 260 for the day, guys. 260. Thank you, Mary. So let's get it back.
The financial advice. He brought them to his own island to see musical shows. And apparently at least one of the 4 customs officials that's being looked at asked Jeffrey Epstein for a financial loan.
Yeah, I mean, and the Obama administration looked into this and nothing was done about it. Nothing was ever done.
Yeah.
Bush, Obama, nothing's ever done about this guy. Tell me why Epstein would be offered to buy property right next to the Pentagon.
Yeah, this is a mind blower in the sense it wasn't just a building, the Pentagon Center, which was near the main Pentagon facility. This was a huge center for military intelligence. And also he was offered purchase of 2 FBI buildings in Richmond and in Baltimore, if you can believe that. Now, all this came through a gentleman named David Stern, and we're learning more about him tonight. He was the fixer between Jeffrey Epstein and former Prince Andrew. And he, in an email that was just unearthed in the files, he called himself a soldier. He called Epstein his general. And we're now finding out that he knew everything that was going on with Andrew. He was sending Jeffrey Epstein Andrew's itineraries. He was sending him sensitive information, allegedly, about business deals in the UK involving the Bank of Scotland and some car companies.
Right. So there you have it. Fox News.
So they interviewed. So he was supposed to be the money man for the Wexler dude, the dude who owns Abercrombie and Fitch and Victoria's Secret and all that. They interviewed that guy. Hold up, let me see. So check this out. Let me see the Les Wexner. So check this out. So this is Les Wexner, the guy who supposedly gave Epstein hundreds of millions of dollars, let him control his whole thing and everything, his whole empire, everything, to power of attorney. Then he said in this deposition that he didn't know he was doing that. He didn't know he was doing that. So he was talking. So this dude was like 80-something years old. Now, during this deposition, he was talking and saying a whole lot. And then the lawyer leans over to him and tells him, if he answers questions, he says, "I'll kill you." Look, he says, "I'll kill you if you answer another question like that." Watch this.
The question. Okay. I think I'm giving a long answer, but to understand in context, because if I just say yes or no, you won't understand it. And I really want this whole group to understand it. And I never would have guessed I was being conned. Never, ever. The deceit was so subtle. Yes, I know.
Answer the question.
Okay.
I'm sure we all appreciate the stories. We're just trying to answer the questions that they actually want to be answered.
Okay.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
I hope it is.
And could I ask you, I think you said in the last hour, it was your understanding that Mr. Epstein, while he was working for you, also had other clients. Is that right?
Yes.
So would that mean that his work for you, you understood it to be part-time?
I wouldn't describe it that way. I knew it wasn't full-time. I thought it wasn't full-time because he had other clients of substance, real substance.
As a listener, it sounds like substantial demands that you're describing. You were, and of course are, one of the wealthiest people in the country. Managing all of your personal affairs, I would think, would typically demand all of somebody's bandwidth. It sounds like that was an issue with the guy before Epstein. How was he able to do that job, but also do work for other clients at the same time?
Well, like Peg does the work now. I think you could supervise the work, overview it.
What?
Which isn't the work that I do. And say you could do really thorough work if you were doing it 3 or 4 days a month, certainly a week or a day a month, just focusing on these things because there were accountants and tax lawyers and other people. And then what's in setting up, as an example, I didn't have the idea to inventory furniture or.
This dude is the head of a $1 billion company and said that he didn't take any inventory of his stock. He had no idea of how much was coming in and going out. What person can run a business that successful and has no idea of what's coming in the door and going out the door? No one. If you're going to be a successful small business, you have to know what's going in and coming in and out the door. Money-wise, expenses, all of that. Inventory, you have to know all of that shit. I've been in business 30 years. I know. You have to know all of that shit. And the fact that he sit up here and he's the richest dude in Ohio, one of the richest men in America, and he sit up here and say he had no idea what was coming in and out, get the fuck out of here.
Valuables. I didn't have the idea to inventory furniture or valuables. And it's like, how could you have all silverware in your house? And I didn't count forks and spoons. And it's like, just so people could be walking out with forks and spoons. Gee, that's a good idea. We got to have an inventory. Then there was I hired a lady to be like the house manager who had run the U.S. Embassy in Rome. And she said, yeah, I know how to do this. And I said, well, why don't we keep inventories of stuff? And she said, well, yeah, I could do that. So she did that as kind of a puny example, but I wouldn't have had the idea. But then all the things were inventoried. That wasn't work for me or Jeffrey. It was just regularly done.
Wow. I want to kill you. I'll kill you if you answer another question like that. So how does a dude, a billionaire, have a lawyer talk to him like that? That's obviously, this is Mossad. These are Kazarian agents, allegedly. That's the only way somebody like him can talk to somebody this powerful. Like, dude, I can buy 1 million of you right now. But the fact that this lawyer was able to tell this dude if you answer another question like that, I'm going to kill you. That means this dude is probably Mossad, most likely. And he's an agent. He's been an agent. He's been a front for Mossad, which is usually how they use their Kazarian people, their citizens. You got a big business. Your big business, it's like China. Kazaria is like China, just on the low. If you are a Chinese citizen, that means you, no matter where you are, you still work for China. Same thing with Kazaria. Excuse me. So that's what he was doing. That's the only way you could talk to somebody like that. Of that power. But then it also comes out that when that's going down, while that's going down, anybody seen the movie? This is to me, this is Ice-T's best movie. To me. Y'all might not say, but Ice-T's best movie to me was Surviving the Game. That was right after New Jack City. He did Surviving the Game. And that's his best movie to me. And that's the movie where he played a homeless guy. And they was picked up by those rich people and they hunted him. They was hunting the homeless guy. Yo. Joaquin Bird, appreciate you. Thank you for the cash app.
May the force be with you.
165 for the day. At 165 for the day. So Surviving the Game was the movie that Ice-T was in. Now, Ice-T's not a great actor. No one would even mistake him for a halfway good actor. Let me just say that right now. Nobody would even mistake Ice-T for a halfway good actor. However, in that movie, he did a pretty good job. He did a damn good job. Also, something Charles S. Dutton, the dude who played Rock. Rock was in that movie. Rock was actually the one who recruited him. So apparently, though, that wasn't a movie. Apparently, that wasn't just a movie. Epstein and them was hunting people. Epstein and the boys were out here hunting niggas. For real. This is where they probably came from. That's probably where the movie came from. Epstein was funding movies and shit like that back in the day. He had his hand in a whole lot of movies being made, basically trying to indoctrinate people, you know, on the Israeli side. So he had a hand in a lot of movies, and it wouldn't surprise me if he had a hand in this movie right here. Yo, really quick. Nasheed Waters, appreciate you. He says, official Tutola homicide. I don't know that. Or Office Tutola homicide. I don't know what that is. Appreciate you. We're at 270 for the day. Appreciate you. I don't know what the Tutola homicide. I've never seen that. What is it? Office Tutola homicide. Are you talking about on the TV show? Is that what you're talking about on the TV show? The homicide TV. I've never watched that show ever. I've not even seen one episode of the TV show he's on. Not one. not even a little bit. Oh, I saw the one where he was talking to the dude, and the dude says he have relationships with women. He has sex with men with relationships with women. And then he said, well, that makes you gay. Now, I don't know. Is that a real scene from that show? Because that meme is everywhere. Where Ice-T said, well, that makes you gay. He says you gay. So I don't know. Is that a real meme? Somebody tell me, is that a real scene from that show? Because if it is, I've never seen it. I was like, that can't be a real. I was like, somebody is clowning and making a joke, because that can't really be the scene from that show.
Gay!
That means you are
gay.
I don't know if it's real. Yo, Jason Lewis, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the cash app, Jason Lewis. We're at 290 for the day.
May the force be with you.
So was that a real scene? That was an episode? Don't say that was a real episode. That was a real episode? No. Oh no, that's a real damn episode. I could have swore that was white people making that into a meme. I did not know that was a real damn episode. Holy shit. All right. So, but I digress. Getting back to the story. Ice-T in this movie, surviving the game. Epstein apparently was really doing this.
Good Lord. Another day, some more E5 stuff, man. Oh my God. Familiar with what I'm about to speak of. So I've seen this in movies. We've all seen this in movies. And the idea is twofold. So allegedly, this whole video is allegedly for all parties spoken about. But there were 2 emails found, okay? And one of them I have here. The other one I'm just going to speak of real quick. So one, they're talking about like amazing old man, amazing, great hunt. And I'm like, what? So everyone is thinking.
Gail Lowe, thank you for the CashApp. Appreciate you.
May the force be with you.
Thinking that I've seen that posting is that they're talking about hunting homeless people. And we've all heard the stories of homeless people just disappearing off the street. You don't know what happened to them and they're never seen again. Conspiracy theorists know that supposedly what is part of their religion or their pact or whatever it is that they're doing, that these people have to tell you what they're doing. They have to, in some form or fashion, tell you what they're doing because it will affect their karma if they don't.
See? Now everybody knows that. This used to be something that nobody knew. Now everybody knows if you're on that side, you know that they tell you the truth because it affects their karma. So this is starting to come out. People starting to understand the stuff that they're seeing is not bullshit. It's real because they have to get your consent, so to speak, whether tacitly or overtly.
Okay. So they show it through symbols. Okay. Go down that rabbit hole. Okay. Of symbols in, TV and movies and video games. It's really everywhere. I always see it. Ever since I watched like 19 videos on it's burned into my memory. I always know what I'm looking at. It's funny. I quiz and it's whether through and it's a derogatory word. It's a slur for black people. Okay. It's one you don't hear much. I don't even know the meaning.
Get to the story, man.
Mean Laura? Mean Laura? Okay. Okay. You look that up. Apparently these emails come up. Okay. And it says here, going to Mean Laura's party now to hunt. Mean Lana. Okay. And then down below in the subject line, snipe hunt is over. That word I told you is in the field bag. And then at the bottom, in the body of the email, it says, guess what? They're the word you usually hear derogatory for black people. The
niggas are in the bag. He can't say it. He don't want to get it. He don't want to get demonetized. My channel don't get monetized that much anyway, so I'll say it. The niggas are in the bag.
Use of comment at the bottom in the body of the email. It says, guess what? They're the word you usually hear derogatory for black people. The overused common one. Yeah. I'm just like, yo, this is some sick shit going on.
They're niggers. Yep. Epstein was hunting niggas, allegedly. So look. So for you guys that don't know, that was this movie right here.
Why would you want to kill yourself? Maybe I like the idea of choosing when I die instead of having somebody else choose for me. If someone offered you a good job, would you be interested? What kind of job are you talking about? We need someone to help us with our hunts out in the wilderness.
Are you sure about this one?
Oh, I'm sure.
Have you got courage?
Gentlemen,
I would like you to meet our new hunting guide, Mason. Here's a toast to the hunters and a prayer for the hunted. The hunt begins now.
Let me get the door for you.
Go. We're not really gonna hunt him, are we?
He's nothing. He's less than nothing.
Come on, Mason! I won't take any part in this. I want you!
If you make it to civilization, you live. If you don't, God will have mercy. I think he's gone back to the cabin. None of them has ever done that before. Mr. Mason! What's that smell?
Everybody out of the cabin!
I like not being rare.
Job well done, bitch. Jack Mason knows he's going to die someday.
So go watch the movie because this is a damn good movie. Because they tried to get Ice-T gangstered off on him. Shout out to Ice-T. This your best movie, Ice-T. Shout out to Ice-T on this bitch. But yep, so that came out in the files. Goddamn, man. This is getting crazy. They're hunting niggas. It's rabbit season. It's nigga season. Be very, very quiet. I'm hunting niggas. I'm hunting niggas. So, keeping on with the files, because this is going to be something that probably comes out for, it's going to be released, or information that will be released for a while. Going in, another YouTuber. So this is not in the files though. This is this kind of had to do with. So I showed you guys a couple of weeks ago, maybe about a month ago, about this guy Tyler Oliveira, who found that Kazarian city up in northern New York that had 44,000 Khazars living off the government with at least 17 kids each. The minimum, the smallest person, the person that had the least amount of kids was 3. He had 3 kids, but I think that was only because he was like 24, 25. But the average, the main least one, I think was 7. But they said the average is 17 kids, and they're all being taken care of by the government. Your money. If you paying taxes, your money. So that dude Tyler Oliveira, he did another video. He was like, hold up. It's not just the Somalians, apparently, who's doing this. Hold on. It's not just the Somalians. We got to look at the Khazarians all the way around. And so he went and found another city, apparently, that's in America doing the same damn thing. In New Jersey. Yo, CC, thank you for the cash app. Appreciate you. He says, what if Epstein is the small fish in all this? These things are beyond evil. I can't fathom a reality where they win in the end. We got to start putting belt to ass for our kids. No shit. Yep, absolutely. He's not a small fish. He's not a small fish because he's able to tell Mossad and CIA what to do. So when you're that big, you're able to tell MI6 and Mossad and all them what to do. There's reports allegedly that he's an illegitimate son of one of the Rothschilds. That's one of the main reports, that he may be one of the illegitimate sons of the Rothschilds, which is why he's able to float and just do everything under the radar and just go and get by with everything. But he's definitely a representative. He's the fixer for the Rothschilds. So if you're a fixer for the Rothschilds, they're the top. So yeah, the Rothschilds are above him, but he's right under that. He's the doer. He's the fixer for that whole family. And so whatever comes from that, then he's the gatekeeper. He can do whatever, which is why he had you go look up what they were talking about, the ranch out where he had in New Mexico. That's where he was really doing his dirt. The island wasn't where he was doing his dirt. The ranch is where he was doing all the cloning and the dissolving of the allegedly dissolving of the bodies and all that shit. He was doing that on the ranch, underground. Apparently, there's like some major, underground bunker or something like that under the mansion. And so that's where his dirt was really getting done. But this dude Tyler, he found another Kazarian city being American city being colonized by Kazarians. This is what they're doing. They're coming over here on the low and colonizing America on your dime. They're making you pay for their colonization. Is this crazy? These motherfuckers have went into New Jersey, this small town in New Jersey, and took over the government, the small town government. So it's mostly Khazarians on the government, and then started voting things their way in the town. So they voted the schools out of existence, meaning 9,000 kids in that district, in that city, get no more school. And they redirected the funds to their private schools, their private Khazarian schools. Is this insane? 9,000 black kids. This is black. When I say schools, black students, 9,000 black kids. So check this out.
This place, you don't own America.
No, you should move on. Nobody wants you here. Please move out.
That anti-Semitism is lucrative, no?
Obviously thought that we should pay for their money, so why don't you move to a different country? So
Why don't you go back to Israel? That would be my question.
You got like,
public safety.
I'd say 150 calls back.
I'm trying to tell you, your fight in the future is going to be the American people against the new Khazarian Zionists, against Zionists, as well as the government, the people who support them. That's going to be your fight in the future to get your country back. It's not against each other. This is what they try to do. They try to bring dissension and strife, and they try to turn you against each other in the system. That's the whole point. That's their main game: divide and conquer. They want to divide you. The whole point, though, is your future is going to be coming together as Americans, whatever you want to call yourself, with all the rest of the people who live here against them. That's going to be the final fight. They don't want you to think that, though. That is going to be the final fight. In the end, it's going to be the American people, or the people who consider themselves Americans, or who are in part of this country, fighting against the Zionists, as well as the politicians who support the Zionists. That's going to be the new fight coming. But check this out. They're colonizing America on your dime, and you had no idea.
What are they calling about?
People try to live a quiet life.
You two gentlemen, I saw a video of you walking into 136 Hillside. They asked not
Fair
to
enough.
come back.
Amazing.
If you come back, it'll be a trespassing.
You say anti-Semitism, I say anti-Goyism.
The Jewish community is extremely racist.
You have a group of people that call themselves...
Troy Taylor, thank you for the Cash App. Appreciate you, brother.
May the Force be with you.
God's people. You are a Semite.
Extremely racist.
You have a group of people that call themselves God's people. You are a Semite supremacist.
Elon Musk has 12 kids. Why can't I have 12 kids?
He pays for them. You're arguing that I should pay for your kids.
I'm arguing that the government said.
That's our money. I pay taxes.
Excuse me, sir. What are you doing? Should I call the cops on you? Look at that.
We may be in a corrupt hellhole. So what am I being pulled over for?
We got a call. Keep your hands on the steering wheel when you do stuff.
So really quick, after he made that first video about the people in northern New York, I forgot the name of the town, Curious George or something like that, in New York, he got his funding pulled. His supporters, his sponsors pulled funding when he did that. So he's like, oh, all right, I'm gonna go hard in the paint then. He doubled down and said, I'm gonna find another city that you're trying to colonize. So he did this one. How many views this has? This has about 4 million views already in like 5 days. It's only been out like a couple days. February 23rd, 28th. Yeah, this is only 5 days. His first video only has like 5.5 million views in over a month. But because that blew up and went viral, in just 5 days, he got 4 million views on this one. People are starting to recognize and see who the true enemy is about to be. Now, not that Khazarians are your enemy, but Zionists are your enemy. Now, to this point, these are Orthodox Khazarians, and they're not really Zionists. So I'm going to just say that now. So the Orthodox Khazarians aren't really Zionists. They don't really agree with the Zionists, but they're still taking over America. So whether you agree with the Zionists or not, you're still colonizing America. So watch how they do it too. Yo, Brandon Terry, thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, bro.
This is Lakewood, New Jersey, home to one of the largest and fastest growing Orthodox Jewish communities in America, having anywhere from 6 to 10 kids per family, causing the community's rapid growth to spill into the neighboring towns of Jackson, Toms River, Brick, and Howell, causing non-Jewish residents to fear that their town will soon be turned into Little Jerusalem, just like Lakewood.
The tactics within this community, I would liken it to organized crime.
You are the vice chairman of the Israel Advisory Committee for Donald Trump in 2016. How did you get a relationship with the White House? Who in the White House?
I don't want to say.
Who are we messing with here right now, Chris? Is this video a mistake, man?
I'm going to be honest. The powers out here are pretty immense.
It's not about Jackson. Jackson is a test case. If it isn't squashed soon, is going to take over the entire country.
It's already a problem in all the surrounding towns. You have billionaires from Lakewood being involved, people connected to the president of the United States.
In New Jersey, is there room for a two-state solution?
No, there's clearly not. I think it's going to be a fight.
I ride around Lakewood. There are near Lakewood, outside of Lakewood, and all these towns around Lakewood. There are housing developments. Well, Goyim live. They're no Yidden there yet, but all these housing developments. Someone who they could turn it around. We saw what happened in Lakewood itself. There are a lot of other opportunities if people want to take that jump and become a shtickle pioneer.
As the Orthodox Jewish community consolidated political power in Lakewood, taking majority control of the township committee, planning board, zoning board, and school board, financially depleting the
Planning board, zoning board, and school board. They run the whole goddamn town. But they're the minority in the town. But they run it and funnel all the resources to them, to themselves. This is starting to be an MO of Khazarians, whether they're Zionists or not. They seem to be, if they're Orthodox, if they're from Israel, Israelis. Let me say this: Israelis. Not just Khazarians, because American Khazarians, I don't know if they're like that or not. Not as far as my experience, but not in totality. But for the most part, this is an Israeli mentality, whether they're Zionist or not. So, we're going to stick together and conquer while they against you. Do you see the game? Their plan is, as Khazarians, we stick together. This is how they have power. Together, we have the most power if we stick together, no matter what. So in these small towns, they create their own police forces, their own fire departments. Even though the city is paying for police and fire departments and all the rest of that, they still have their own fucking car services and all the rest of that. Because we take care of each other, right? But what they do on the back end, the Zionist government, is they funnel and they push division in all the on the rest of the countries. So because they understand the greatest power is unity. So in all the rest of these countries, we'll pay to divide everyone else in the rest of these countries. While we in Israel, we preach unity all the way around, no matter what. So you're going to have to get on their bullshit. And that's not really bullshit. Unity is not bullshit. But you're going to have to get on their game plan. You're going to have to unify, and to unify with people that you don't agree with, that you don't look like, that you don't agree with, but you still have a common goal, which is fuck them. Fuck them.
public school system for non-Jewish kids, overwhelming local infrastructure, and turning a once quiet town into a densely populated, over-trafficked Jewish enclave prioritizing Jews over non-Jews. Before I investigate the Jewish takeover of Lakewood and of the nearby town of Jackson, I first want to visit the town where the blueprint was born, Muncie, New York.
Someone like David Badner saw the opportunity a few years ago. He bought several 50 to 100 houses in Muncie. I believe that he single-handedly, in a certain way, turned around Muncie. These are opportunities that come up every once in a while, and someone has to step up to the plate.
Hello, News. Nice to meet you.
You're not welcome here, and you're not welcome in a lot of other places based on your videos.
You don't own this place. You don't own America.
I believe that he single-handedly, in a certain...
So 50 to 100 houses, meaning really 100, over 100 houses. When he goes low like that, that really means they bought more than 100 houses. So what they're doing is buying. See, they come in with their money. They come in with the money. Look, hold on. Where'd it go? Hold on. I might get demonetized for this one, but we gotta show this, and then I'll go back. Gotta show this. Check this out. I gotta show this.
I shall be here. I shall.
So check this out. Gotta show this part. Showed it before, but gotta show this.
5,000 golden isn't as bad as it might have been. No. But. Come on, let's get out of this devil. Do I go after him? I'll let him go. What's up? He got away. He got away. Mr. Rothschild. Mr. Rothschild. What's the matter? What's happening? The man who was bringing your money from Hamburg has been waylaid by the tax agents outside the city. What? They heard he was bringing the money to Jews.
Hold on. Let me slow it down a little bit.
Street, they might have killed him, but Mr. Rothschild, what's the matter? What's happening? The man who was bringing your money from Hamburg has been waylaid by the tax agents outside the city. What? They heard he was bringing the money to Jew Street. They might have killed him, but he got away. He got away with the money? No, they got it, Mr. Rothschild. They got the money. What? All of it? Yes, all of it.
Do you hear that, Mama? Do you hear that, all of you? 10,000 golden, our money that we worked for. Why doesn't your Majesty strike them dead?
Papa, don't get excited. It's bad for you.
Now listen, you are young. Your lives are before you. You got to fight. Fight for yourselves. Fight for our people.
Mama, I have to cheat the tax collector before my own children. Do you think I want to do that? I live honestly. I trade honestly. I want to be honest with them.
But they won't let us. We are Jews, taxed to death, forbidden to learn a trade, forbidden to own land. They keep us in chains. They send men here to rob us. So work and strive for money. Money is power. Money is the only weapon that the Jew has to defend himself with. Oh, Mama.
And then broke down. Work and strive for money. Money is power. Money is the only thing the Jew has to defend himself with. The only weapon the Jew has to defend himself with. Did y'all hear that shit? This is 1934. This movie was talking to all the Khazarians in the world. This movie was made for them. All the Khazarians in the world. Because then after this scene, he tells all the 5 families that they need to connect and no one brother can be allowed to fail or allow another brother to fail. They teach this unity. I mean, this is in their DNA, unity. No matter what, how much you hate this motherfucker, he's still a Khazarian, and you better do right by him. I don't give a shit how much you hate him. You better do right by him, though. And then they use money as a weapon. Money is a fucking weapon to them, as you just heard. Work and strive for money. Money is power. Money is the only weapon the Jew has to defend himself with. So now that you've seen stuff like this, why would you not be like, yo, let me... If they're going to make money their weapon, why wouldn't you do the same thing? Melanated people. You should make money your weapon. I would say make law your weapon, really. Because once you know the law, you can do anything. Really, in the world. So, but money, probably second. If you know the law, you don't need money. But if you know money, if you have money, most of the time you don't need the law. However, you can see though, if you have money, you can still go to jail. So money is not the end all be all to keep you away from law. But knowing the law is, knowing how to get in that, move around that system, mastering finance is great. Yes. But at the end of the day, if I master this goddamn system of how this shit runs, the rules to the game, there's nothing that can beat me on that. But you can see the Rothschilds, their game is using money. So when they go into these little cities and they buy up all the property, that's part of their game. It's a weapon. They're using money as a weapon. So let me go back.
Before I investigate the Jewish takeover of Lakewood and of the nearby town of Jackson, I first want to visit the town where the blueprint was born, Muncie, New York.
Someone like Gov't saw the opportunity a few years ago. He bought several 50 to 100 houses in Muncie. I believe that he single-handedly, in a certain way, turned around Muncie. These are opportunities that come up every once in a while, and someone has to step up to the plate.
Hello, News. Thanks for meeting up on such short notice, man.
My Muncelandians, you know we here. We outside. We outside.
When did you notice Muncie begin to form as a Hasidic Jewish enclave?
I would say 20 years ago, I saw the first start of it, and then every year it just started to grow exponentially.
Hey, it's me. How are you? Stop what?
They on Tyler. Yo, they on Tyler.
But the Jews here were not happy to see me after I asked how they afford 7 to 10 kids on a single income and if they were on welfare in Curious Joel.
How many kids do most people have out here?
17, 18.
How do they afford?
Yo, Transcendental, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the super chat. He says, we follow the law, they use the law. Yes, absolutely. You need to start using the law instead of following it. Yes. I tell you guys to use the law or to learn the law so that you can bend it to your will, not so you can follow it. I ain't never followed no damn rule. I ain't never been a rule follower. I've been a rule bender. I'm a bender. I'm a fire bender. I'm actually the all bender. I'm the avatar. I bend all the goddamn elements. That's what you need to do. But you need to learn the laws of the universe to know how to bend them. You don't break them, but once you know them, you can bend them to your will. That's actually in the Kabbalion. You can bend the laws, but not breaking them, without breaking them. But the way for you to do that, you have to master the law first. Let's say, hold on really quick. Darius Foster, appreciate you. Thank you for the cash out, brother. And Transcendental.
May the force be with you.
17, 18 kids.
They are proud to do what the Torah says, that you need to be multiple and fruitful.
How do you afford to study the Torah, though?
God help me.
Does the American taxpayer help you too?
Also, yes.
How do people afford to have such big families out here?
It's... Are you Tyler?
I'm Tyler.
Are you trying to do another anti-Semitism video?
How did I spread anti-Semitism? That's crazy you said that. Life circumstance, different culture. So this is their way of, like, listen, I know you're frustrated about what some of the things we focused on. Is that kind of what I'm getting at? Sure. So give me some examples of how things were misconstrued. Yeah, what did I get?
Well, Clinton is in there. Other than Clinton, they're the only two presidents really that's in there. Is Clinton and Trump. So they tried to remove Trump. First of all, Trump in there so much is crazy. He's in there more than Harry Potter is mentioned in the books. But the fact that we see all of this stuff and they try to remove that, like I mean, all of this. If one of the accusations against Trump is true, he's the worst piece of shit ever. Just one out of the hundreds. So one of them has to be true. So if even if one is, he's the worst piece of shit ever.
Get those wrong.
So it's not necessarily misconstrued. Well, it is misconstrued. There's a lot of it that's you'll cut a lot of it, cut out different words, make it sound a lot worse than it is. There's a lot of people here that are on welfare. A lot of people are in Section 8. A lot of people that are on a bunch of different WIC, food stamps, stuff like that.
Sure.
If you go to any low-income communities, you're going to see that. They're all going to be on the different welfares.
Okay, so they were on welfare.
Yeah,
okay.
No bit of denying that.
Okay.
But again, it's the way you say it. It's the way you twist it. The way you
How did I twist it?
Not twist it. Again, twist it's the wrong
I'm
word.
just trying to understand where you're coming from.
Growing up in an extremely... Dude, no.
The insufferable hug.
Look at who's getting attacked.
See, you say I misread.
Look, the whole town, the Kazaria, look, that whole town is attacking him. This is how they stick together. That one video he made pissed off that whole community, all the Jews everywhere around the world. And now one of the top enemies now of the Khazarians. So they drive around honking at him, so he honking the horn so he can't get audio. Look at this shit. And all he doing is showing the fuckery that they're doing. How they're trying to take advantage of the system of Americans.
represents, and then they do that. Like, come on.
I'm not saying they're all good people. Like I said, wherever you go, there's going to be the idiots. There's always going to be the assholes wherever you go.
I totally get it.
You talk about the community. It feels like you're trying to create a narrative that you did not find. You found people that are on welfare that have a lot of kids, but your headline did wrote welfare addicted Jews.
What is your frustration? I'm curious. Welfare dependent, welfare reliant, welfare addicted. What's the difference? Tell me. They need it to survive, and without it, they die. What is the difference?
It's addictive to bait click. That's an addiction.
That's an addiction?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you addicted to being a victim or what?
No.
The Goyim were grateful someone was finally bringing up their town's issues.
Once a night, I show you. They take all my money. These people.
Do you think they take the money?
Good, man.
Bienvenidos a Montserrat con mi amigo. All right, see you, bro. How do you like living here as a non-Jew?
So. Well, I don't
What do
like
you mean by so-so?
Because that's ethics.
Do they treat you as one of them? Like,
No,
are you guys
no.
on the same page?
No. They don't bother me because I don't deal with them.
Okay. Do you think there is large-scale welfare fraud out here?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
So they get away with everything. They get the Section 8, they get everything, the free housing, and, you know.
Do you think most people work out here in the Hasidic community? No. How do they afford their bills?
I wish I knew. I would do the same thing, too.
And what are your thoughts on the driving out here? I got to ask you that. It's the most important question.
I don't want to talk about it.
The driving is crazy.
Okay.
You got a stop sign over there, they don't even stop. They just pass. You know, that's why so much traffic and accidents, and it's crazy.
You saw the Curious Joel video. Why was that video good?
That video was good because I've been in East Ramapo for as long as I remember. I also went to Spring Valley High School. I've been in the school system, and we've definitely seen a lot of things, especially since our school board was majority private school owners, mainly Jewish white men, and most of our school was not Jewish. And they had control over our public school system over like the past 10 years, purposely voting no on our school budget vote so that we would fail, and we lost about 3-2 schools.
Basically, through block voting, Orthodox Jews won enough seats to control the East Ramapo school board and went on to eliminate hundreds of public school positions like teachers and social workers.
Hundreds of public school positions so that they can funnel all that money to their private school.
While approving millions of taxpayer dollars to be spent on their children's religious private schools, ultimately gutting the public school system for the estimated 9,000 black and brown public school students.
We're gonna cheat your children of education and use your money to educate our kids in our private school, not for stuff that's going to benefit America. Them schools ain't got shit to do with American studies. That's Jewish studies. What the fuck does that have to do with America? So you're paying to educate Jewish people on Jewish shit that ain't got shit to do with America. Does that seem right?
Students, while diverting that money to their private religious schools.
They give us food that's rotten and it's cold and it hurts our stomach.
I asked you, do not take our music program away. I love playing an instrument. My brother would be crushed.
And the budget cuts were so devastating that in one instance, an elementary school shut down, and the majority Jewish school board then voted to sell it to a Jewish yeshiva for pennies on the dollar.
They shut down an elementary school by defunding it. Then when it fucking goes broke, they go in and buy the motherfucker and turn it private into one of them damn Jewish kid schools. Come on, man.
Basically, the poorest, most vulnerable kids in these communities had their schools gutted and looted, all by a majority Jewish school board whose kids didn't even attend public school.
We believe that some of the decisions that have been made by the board have not been in the best interest of the public school community.
You don't like it? Find yourself another place to live.
How was your education?
My education, it was decent, but it definitely could have been better if we had the...
And see, this is what they tell you. If you don't like it, you can go to another place to live. But you tell them that, you anti-Semitic. See how this shit goes? Y'all better understand where the goddamn fight is coming. It's going to be against American people, all the American people, teaming up together against this shit. Against outside foreign motherfuckers trying to destroy the government, trying to take over. And we know who's at the top of that damn pyramid. At the top of that list. Wait, what are you saying? Yep, I agree with that. You should never, yep. Your money right now is being used to bomb Israel and went to kill 85 young girls. If you're paying taxes, your money went to kill 85 girls. And 15 more kids in another gym somewhere else. So 100 kids just died this morning. They killed 100 children from last night. That's insane. And America's money is paying for that shit.
Resources that
made by the board have not been in the best interest of the public school community.
You don't like it? Find yourself another place to live.
How was your education?
My education, it was decent, but it definitely could have been better if we had the resources that we were allowed to have. But again, for the past 10, 15 years or so, people have been purposely voting no on our school budget vote, so that way we had no funding and money for our school. And, that was done purposely.
And who was voting no?
Majority, the Jewish community. You drive around here, you'll literally see signs saying vote no for a school budget, which I think is crazy. Luckily, we were able to get a ward system to be able to get 3 seats for, the wards. But if it wasn't for for that, we still would be majority white Jewish men voting for public school students that they don't care about. Yeah, and they purposely go out their way to isolate us. We're basically isolated to the point where we feel like this isn't our home.
A lot of people like.
Shout out to that beautiful melanated honey right there. That's right. Get active for your damn community with your fine self, girl. Get active, girl.
To say they're ducking taxes and all that. There's truth and lies to that, but I could only tell you that I've only seen the bad part. The bad part is I've seen houses get broken down. I've seen certain spaces, buildings get destroyed for, let's just say, for more kosher customs. You feel me? So
I want to thank you for showing our community. I don't believe in hiding. I believe we have a tremendous amount to be proud of, and like every community, we're different. We have our goods. Other communities have their positives.
Tell me about what are some of the best things about this community.
Tonight at sundown, we shut our phones.
So you can go watch this. I would suggest all of you guys go watch the video. You should give Tyler the love on this video. But so after he made this video, he talked about how he lost his sponsors on the first one. So go to Patreon to support him. And then an hour after he released this video, they took his Patreon down. They jacked my man's Patreon because he made this, said we don't support anti-Semitic. He is not anti-Semitic at all. He actually shows all sides of this. He actually shows one of the leaders in the community who's, let me show you, where's this guy at? Where's that? Where's that guy? Right there. This guy is one of the leaders in the community. He's connected to the White House, Trump White House. He knows somebody at Trump White House. And so he asked him, is it right for you to be able to do this and come in here and take advantage of the system like that? And he said, well, it's in the laws. And if it's in the laws, then, you can do it. Basically, if you people are dumb, if your damn politicians are so stupid to create laws like this that people can take advantage, people like me and my people can come over here and take advantage of it, all we have to do is sit down and master it because they don't have TVs in their house. These communities right here, they don't have TVs and they don't do nothing. They don't have that shit. So what are they doing? They're sitting down studying your ass, your system, how to master this system. They're not on TikTok and Instagram and all the rest of that shit. They're in their house getting this knowledge on how to take over. While your ass is sitting there looking at trends and talking about aliens on TikTok, they're learning how to take over your community. And he said that if it's in the laws and we can do it, then you should be able to do it. Okay. You say it's nothing but stealing, but he's like he said, if it's in the laws, then how is it stealing if all he's doing is taking advantage of the laws that are written? And melanated people don't do anything like this. This is what I'm saying. These are laws that are written on the books. We could be doing this. He's not doing nothing that no one else can be doing. The Somalians doing the same thing. Now they were taking advantage of the laws that were on the books. Now they were misrepresenting, who they were to get in there, but the laws that were on the books were as they are. They could do whatever they were doing. They were just adding more people than they should have been adding. But the system they were taking advantage of was absolutely legal. Absolutely legal. But melanated people, we don't sit back. We don't want to learn the system. We don't want to learn how to take advantage of this bitch. We want to be perpetual victims. Constant victims. Give me all my ancestors, all my damn grandmama, my granddaddy, my great granddaddy, this redlining and systematic racism and systematic. Shut the fuck up. Get off your ass and figure this shit out. These niggas coming over here, look at the system, no money, broke as shit. Just look at the system and say, oh, we can get money from the system. Niggas need to stop being victims and figure that shit out. That's your downfall. When you try to become this perpetual victim instead of problem solvers, that's truly who we are in history, is problem solvers. We still that now. That's why a lot of melanated people ain't worried about the goddamn government breaking down, because we know no matter what, we gonna hustle and find some shit. We gonna get it done. But for the most part, that's been bred out of us, and now all you have is perpetual victims. So I would say go watch Tyler's video. Watch that guy tell you how he can take advantage of your system. He's at 1099 all day. The movie Civil War. Yeah, they won. Yes. Division. That's their main goal. You understand? It's been the oldest goal. Again, divide and conquer is the oldest plan of war in history. Divide and conquer. Let me tell you something. You know how there in history, not ancient history, but relatively about when Charlemagne and the Moors, when the Muslim expansion was happening, why didn't the Moors take over more of Europe? Does anybody? You know why the Moors didn't take over more of Europe? It's because, and there you go, the art of war. Yes, the art of war. But the reason the Moors didn't take over more of Europe is because on their campaign, Charlemagne, you heard the name Charlemagne, right? So Charlemagne, or Charles the Great is what they call him, but Charlemagne, this is where dumbass Charlemagne, the god, he's not the god, but he gets his name from. The real Charlemagne is the one who stopped the Moorish expansion into Europe. That's why he's famous. He had a battle against the Moors when they tried to expand into Europe, further into Europe. This is why Europe doesn't speak Islam right now, is because Charlemagne stopped the Moors from expanding into Europe. How did he do it? Did he beat the Moors? This is what they'll tell you. Yeah, Charlemagne smacked the shit out of the Moors. He defeated the Moors and blah, blah, the once crazy, the big evil dominant Moors. He beat them. Charlemagne was outnumbered and blah, 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 blah. That ain't what happened. You know what happened? Going right back to divide and conquer. And Melanie, this is something to say about black people. So when we would fight, we would have our camps, our main camps, where we would go out. When we would go out, I'm saying we, but the Moors, when the Moors would go out and raid villages, they would bring back the loot, the booty, right? That's what the loot is called, booty, right? That's where you get, and that's why a woman's ass is called booty today, because sometimes on the raids, they would bring back women, and the total spoils of war is called booty. That's why a woman's ass is called booty today. So when the booty would be back at the camp, you'd have to have somebody watching over the spoils. So what Charlemagne did was, when he attacked the Moors, he attacked them far away from the camp. And so when the Moors came out, some people had to stay back to guard the camp, right? They tried to stay back to guard the camp. So they pulled a lot of the Moors away from the camps. So what they did was they had more than just Charlemagne. So Charlemagne he was at the top of the attack, and then he had two more like platoons flanking him. And then he had one though that started out way before the attack that ended up behind the Moors camp, and they were just quiet. They didn't say anything. So when they were attacking them from all these sides, they were like, "Oh shit, we got to go out there." But what happened was, so they started attacking the camp. Charlemagne had somebody come in and start attacking the camp. So the Moors who were fighting on the floor, who were fighting in the battlefield, when they heard that somebody was back there stealing the camp, the booty from the camp, they left the battlefield and ran back to the camp to go protect the goods. And that allowed Charlemagne to defeat the remaining Moors who didn't leave the battlefield. That's how Charlemagne won. Basically, but the story goes that there's a story that said that there was no attack on the camp, that Charlemagne he basically made it seem like he told a lie. He basically told it was a sham. He let the word get out that he was attacking the camp when they really weren't. And so he knew that the Moors would go back and try to defend their booty, the spoils of war, which then broke up the ranks and allowed Charlemagne to defeat the Moors. So again, divide and conquer is the oldest game in the book to defeat someone. Just make you argue off minor differences. He talks with an accent. They look to the left when they do this. They suck their teeth when they do that. They roll their eyes. Anything that they can just point out that they can focus on to cause some type of dissension and strife, they'll do it. And this has been the Kazarians' playbook from the beginning of time, and it's time to let that go. Went on a little rant there, but I know a lot of you didn't know about why Charlemagne defeated the Moors in history, but he didn't really defeat the Moors. He lied and said he was attacking the camp, and the Moors left the battlefield to go back and defend the camp, and that allowed Charlemagne to defeat the remaining Moors on the battlefield. Yep, yep. Straight up distraction. So moving along. Oops. Last thing I got. All right. I got two more things, but does anybody ever remember the cars for kids? Oh, right, really quick. Before that, though, there's a report that came out that showed how Israel is running the American government. I have to show y'all that. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Pull it. All right. All right, here we go. So check this out.
You hear a lot of phony defenses of Israel not actually influencing our politics as much as they say. And so here's a guy who's debunks those. And let's listen to it, okay?
People say Israel buys American politicians. Okay, let's look at the money.
So they do, and now this guy's going to give you a phony reading of how they actually don't, but this guy debunks them. Okay.
It's a great video to understand Israel's involvement in our government, propaganda, and how it works. Let's break it down.
Here's who actually spends big in Washington. Israel, way down the list, with $14 million in 2024.
This is a common talking point that you will see come up a lot, that Israel's lobbying is only $14 million, making the claim that their influence is not that big. But that's not where the money comes from, and it's definitely not where the influence comes from.
So you say, okay, what about AIPAC? So where does it rank domestically? 233rd place, $3.3 million.
Now this is propaganda and how you twist the truth. AIPAC does give
No, AIPAC hides how much they actually control the government. This dude breaks it down, though. Watch this.
$3 million in lobbying. But lobbying is usually done when someone is already in power or after an election to change a law or policy. The thing is, AIPAC and pro-Israel organizations don't do that much lobbying. They do contributions. Contributions go directly to politicians to help them win elections. Now, knowing that in 2024, AIPAC gave $51 million in contributions to pro-Israel candidates and another $37 million in outside funding.
Yo, almost $100 million. So on the books, it looks like AIPAC only gave like $3 million, but they're actually almost giving $100 million to politicians in a year. This is in a year.
Totaling $91 million from AIPAC in 2024 alone. This is just AIPAC. It doesn't include many other organizations like J Street, Christians United for Israel, Zionist Organization of America, and many, many more.
Let's see, there's Democracy, Schmamocracy, there's Boy Scouts, there's the FBI, CIA, and Senator Mike Johnson's Memorial Rest.
So that's how much Kazaria controls $100 million a year in donations to the politicians in America. That's just AIPAC. And then he said J Street and all the rest of these motherfuckers, these offshoot Kazarian organizations that donate money and give money. Now you see why you ain't got no control over your government? $100 million just from that, just from AIPAC. But then the ultimate of ultimates came down when I found this out. I could not believe it. I could not believe it. And you won't either. Check this out. Oh, come on, man. This is moving all of my damn videos around. Come on, man. Stop playing. Oh, man. So, hold on. So I guess this thing is closing some of my windows. So I got to do this with you guys. Hold up. So I'll just keep that open. and go from here. So check this out. This was one of the most annoying goddamn commercials of all time. I hated this commercial. You understand? Like, I hate this commercial, and I know the rest of you guys do too. But watch this.
You guys remember Cars for Kids? Well, it turns out the world's most annoying jingle is also an Israeli op, allegedly.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
The children, the future. What could be a better cause than that? Well, here it is.
You remember that damn jingle? Now, guess who Cars for Kids was raising money for? Check this shit out.
You were helping kids. You were funding Zionism. So it's a charity.
Cars for Kids.
The children, the future. What could be a better cause than that? Well, here it is. You thought you were helping kids. You were funding Zionism. So it's a charity that works to help children, not universally, but only one specific group of children. Found this on their website. Cars for Kids supports educational and social programs for disadvantaged Jewish youth who are interested in living in Israel. Our goal is to enable all Jewish young men and women to live in Israel, grow through higher education, and benefit from a.
So they're raising cars, you go give them cars, you donate cars to Cars for Kids, they go sell them, and they say they were supposedly trying to send kids over to Israel. That's not what they were doing, though. They were buying land over in Israel. They buying, like, using your money to buy land over in Israel.
A supportive social network in Israel. $500 million in the past few years for turbocharging Zionism. That's right. At the end of the day, the primary purpose of this Cars for Kids money is being used to promote emigration to Israel, allegedly.
We apologize if you were offended tonight is probably.
So, as you can see, they're everywhere, man. They have been somebody put this in the chat, actually. They said they're a cancer. They absolutely are. They have been a cancer on America since the beginning, since they've gotten here. Cars for Kids. Y'all don't remember that Cars for Kids? 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. Y'all don't remember that shit? Come on. Y'all are full of crap. I know y'all remember that. Stop playing.
For Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
The children, the future. What could be a better cause than that?
You do.
KARS Cars for Kids.
The children.
I know you remember that now. Did you see any little yarmulke kid? I didn't see no little yarmulke kid here.
Annoying jingle is also an Israeli op, allegedly.
I don't see no little yarmulkes. I don't see no long ass curly sideburns. I don't see no Jew froze. I see a little black girl right there. Did she get any of that money? Hell no. Got a little black girl in here using her to raise money, but all that money going to the Kazarians. Not even kids. Kazarian Zionism is going to Kazarian Zionism to raise money for land to send people to Israel. It wasn't being used for kids. Man, if you don't know who the people are that you got to get out of the day, it's insane. So moving along, Mexico. Or America allegedly took out Mexico's people, and the top drug lord in Mexico, and Mexico went into chaos. Allegedly, this is what we were told. And the videos that were coming out looked like Mexico was getting burnt down because they killed the top cartel cat. Check it out.
Mexico and Latin America's minerals, and if they have to do it at the point of the gun, they'll do that.
So that's what this again. So this is just another economic war. So there's some crazy stuff happening in Mexico. There's been a wave of violence swept Mexico after security forces killed Jalisco New Generation cartel leader Nemesio Ruben Alciguera Cervantes. I love those names. Known as El Mencho in U.S.-backed military raid. Gunmen torched cars and blocked highways across several states in retaliation. But our good friend Nico House has something to say about it because it's interesting where the weapons are coming from.
Let's go ahead and say what everybody's been thinking. Of course, the United States is behind what's happening in Mexico right now. So actually, in the news the last couple of days in Puerto Vallarta, there has been a war between the Mexican government and a huge cartel. Now, the capo of this cartel, El Mencho, was killed by the Mexican government. And then within hours, the Jalisco New Generation cartel hijacked buses, set cars on fire, blocked roads from Puerto Vallarta to Guadalajara. It almost looked as if this was a trained military operation, the way they acted so swiftly and the grade of weapons that they were using. And that's because the grade weapons that they were using were military grade. And not just from any military, the United States. There have been multiple reports talking about how these drug syndicates, these cartels, have been overpowering the police with ammunition made for the U.S. military. And this has been a long-standing issue in Mexico. Since 2012, 137,000 50 caliber rounds have been seized that were traced back specifically to the U.S. Army. And for those of you who don't know, let me spell it out for you. 50 calibers aren't those bullets.
So basically, the idea is that America. So they're getting these weapons from. They're American weapons, but they're getting the weapons from Ukraine. So when you buy weapons, and if you're paying taxes, and you buy weapons and shipping over to America, to Ukraine, the cartels are getting those weapons. Ukraine is selling those weapons to the cartels, as well as Kazaria. Kazaria is also, because America gives weapons to Kazaria. Kazaria is selling those weapons to the cartels. And so what they're doing is they're giving the cartels better weapons, bigger weapons, so that they can overwhelm the police, because really, Trump wants to go in and take over Mexico. And Israel wants that too. Israel wants to be, again, they're trying to be embedded in all these Latin American countries. Israel trying to get a stronghold in there. Argentina, they want Mexico, Chile. This is why they're burning down a bunch of forests in these places to try to take over so they can colonize. So Mexico, just another one of them places. And again, the Mexican president is Kazarian, right? So they're trying to go in there. They're trying to make the cartel super strong to overwhelm the regular Mexican police. So then America comes and say, "Hey guys, you want us to come in and save you? Hey. Look, you look like you kind of got it bad right now, boy. You want me? Go, hey, just say the word, baby. Just say the word." That's what's going on. And then America helped them with the taking out of the cartel leader.
That go pew pew. Those are the bullets that were traced back specifically to the U.S. Army. And for those of you who don't know, let me spell it out for you. 50 calibers aren't those bullets that go pew pew. Those are the bullets that go like leave a hole in you big enough that Randy Fine could roll on through you. But in case you needed more proof, we can't forget in February 2026, there was a report that showed that 62% of U.S. source crime guns recovered in Mexico with short time to crime intervals were bought in from Arizona. Also, Arizona has been letting in 50 caliber rifles that are capable of downing.
I don't know. I just found it. I've been a part of that channel for years. So I can't even tell you how to get to it at this point. Real World News. If anybody's a part of the Real World News channel on Telegram, can you put the link in there in the super chat?
Helicopters and piercing armor. Oh, but it gets better. Here's DB Geopolitics referring back to a post that they made on September the 8th, 2025, showing that this cartel waging war with the Mexican government right now was being trained in Ukraine. In fact, recent intelligence suggests that the cartel traveled to Ukraine to get those weapons and bring them back into Mexico without a hiccup. And if they got weapons from Ukraine, we know Ukraine's weapons aren't actually made in Ukraine.
That's exactly what America is telling Mexico. Look like you got a problem over there, buddy. You need a little help? You need a little help there, buddy? Just a little bit? You want us to come over? Yeah, just say please. Just go ahead. Put your mouth together. Please. Yeah, there you go. How do you say it in Spanish? Por favor? Is that it? Por favor. Yeah, go ahead. Put it together. Go ahead, buddy. Thank you. Here we come. We're coming. Say it one more time. Por favor. Yeah.
They are made by whom? Ding, ding, ding. The United States. So if those weapons made their way out of Ukraine all the way back to Mexico, when Trump supposedly has the most secure border out of every president in U.S. history, that likely means that the U.S. green-lighted that arrangement, wouldn't it? I mean, y'all, bullshit you not. In December, a federal grand jury of New York indicted Paul Campbell, who was the former deputy chief office of financial operations for the DEA under the Obama administration, for his role in narco-terrorist conspiracy, money laundering, and all that good stuff with this specific cartel. Like at this point, it's just safe to assume that the U.S. and the CJ&G have a closer relationship than me and my wife do. Now, don't try to find a little bit cool.
People in the Trump administration had a relationship with the cartel? What? God damn.
Once again, that all of this happens and the CJ&G have a closer relationship than me and my wife do. Now, don't y'all just find it a little bit coincidental that all of this happens just a little over a month after Trump announced that he wanted to conduct strikes in Mexico to take out the cartels. And I'm guessing that it also must be a coincidence that one of the largest tourist cities in Mexico is at war right now, right before Trump gives his State of the Union address today. A State of the Union address, by the way, that Trump will be able to use to brag about the fact that he worked with the Mexican military to kill this cartel leader, but simultaneously will be able to say, but look at how bad the cartel problem is in Mexico. And therefore, we have justification to conduct strikes and send our military in. It's a win-win for him. And of course, anything to not talk about those Epstein files. They get that. But I just wonder how the U.S. military is going to end up in Mexico fighting against this cartel, looking like a Spider-Man meme whenever they realize that they're getting shot at with their own weapons, including 50 caliber rounds. You know what they say? All the world stage. And Trump and the U.S. are piss poor actors. Come on, bro. Like, can this be any more obvious at this point?
So let me now bring in Kurt Hackbarth. He's a journalist who knows something about this in Mexico. Bring in
killing of cartel boss unleashes wave of violence. So real quick, because we got some other news to skip through, but there's really not a lot of violence in Mexico. That was all AI. They want America really wants people to believe that Mexico is under this chaos right now. So America can swoop in and be like, hey, we'll save you. But it's bullshit. Mexico's fine. They had they had the cartels fighting for a couple of days to reestablish power, who's going to be the new boss and all that type of stuff. Then once that got established, everything died back down. Everything's working cool. We good. But Trump want to go over there. He want to get in Mexico. He want to get in Mexico bad. Really, it's Israel who wants to get over into Mexico bad. And Trump is going to try to do it for him. I mean, can this nigga have his mouth open wider for Kazaria? God damn. It's insane. Like, Jesus, nigga. So no real chaos going on in Mexico, but again, it's Donald Trump trying to. Now we ain't gonna be not we, but America's not gonna be able to go and do all of this because if you're attacking Iran, you only got like a month's worth of weapons to really strike Iran. So then you really don't have the capacity to go in there and mess with them cartels in Mexico. Not really. They think, oh, we know where they are. We can strike them here. We can strike them quick. We got the weapons. I think they're going to use those sound weapons and stuff that they used against Venezuela, against the Mexicans. But I don't think they can use that against Iran because you have to get close enough. You have to get close enough to do that type of stuff. They're not going to be able to get close enough to the Iranian government or military to be able to drop that type of stuff. So that's why they can't use it over in Iran. But over here, they can do that type of stuff. And I think that's what they're going to use against the cartels. So, but if right now China is thinking about attacking Taiwan while America's got their hands full with Iran. So America going through some shit. But moving along. Moving along. So a new leaked CIA report shows how the CIA or the CIA was trying to use Crackcines or cupcakes for mind control. Mind control. These, I mean, they don't ever stop. These guys don't ever stop, yo. They were trying to use the Crackcines for mind control. So check this out.
Well, it was once considered a conspiracy theory that vaccines might alter your mind, that they're meant for some sort of mind control. People said this during COVID-19. They said, oh, you know what? These vaccines might be doing something kind of weird to our brain. They might be doing this on purpose to us. And people said, oh, you are just a wacky conspiracy theorist. Well, now it turns out that newly circulating declassified CIA documents prove that, yes, the CIA actually has been, for decades, potentially researching how vaccines could be used for mind control, as well as many other methods. The documents that are circulating around are regarding Project Artichoke is what it was called. Now, you're all familiar with MKUltra, but this is a different mind control operation apparently inside the CIA. These documents here are called Special Research for Artichoke. They're dated the 21st of April of 1952.
Project Artichoke. Mind control through Crackcines, allegedly.
And there's a memo and an attachment. Also circulating around is this document here, which is a document from 1977. These are more artichoke files that were found later, and this is an internal CIA memo that was written in 1977 about these. Whoops, we found more files about this Project Artichoke several years later, a couple of decades later, 1977. Basically, the first set of documents, the Project Artichoke documents and memo, lay out what they want to do. So this says, look, we've got this grand idea of how we're basically going to drug people and do all kinds of weird experiments on them to see if we could control their minds. And it was all hypothetical. These documents don't show that anything was actually done. It just shows that we've got these really crazy ideas, and they're extremely unethical, inhumane, terrible, terrible ideas. And then the 1977 leak of documents say, oh yeah, well, actually the government did it. They did all of those terrible things they said they were doing in that previous memo. They did it. And now here's some of the forgotten data and archives that we have from when they did all of those terrible things, which if anybody thinks they stopped doing those terrible things, well, let's kind of wake up to reality. So let's go over what's in this 1952 memo and attachment and the various different types of mind control experiments the CIA was cooking up. And I want you to keep this in mind. If they're willing to take people and experiment on them, basically torture them to where they become vegetables or they can be controlled in some way, then it is not a leap to think that the U.S. government, Epstein, a lot of people are talking about Epstein and whether or not he was a Mossad asset, but also even a CIA asset, which is maybe why the government is covering up. So, the Trump administration's like, we got to cover up for Epstein because it really is a CIA operation as well as Mossad. It's not a leap to think that Epstein would be with the CIA doing all of these heinous crimes against children, young girls, against people, when clearly what we've seen time and time again is the CIA has absolutely no morals or ethics. They are above the law, and pedophile, no problem. Drugging people, no problem. Of extreme importance that could be done in-house, or, they could farm them out to others. Now, the memo proposes developing long-term covert drugs that could be slipped into daily life.
Long-term covert drugs that can be slipped into daily life. Damn.
Drugs that were, quote, administered over a considerable period of time, possibly being placed in food or water that caused either agitation or depression. These, quote, should include chemicals or drugs that can be effectively concealed in common items such as food, water, Coca-Cola, beer, liquor, cigarettes, etc., and should also be capable of use in standard medical treatments such as vaccinations and shots.
Through vaccinations and shots. Yo, is it making sense now why people going crazy after the pandeezy? This shit is still going on. Yo.
Oh, those wild conspiracy theorists, they strike again. It calls for an exhaustive study of gases and aerosols and oxygen deprivation. Gas guns, jets, or sprays, both concealed or open, should be studied, it says, quote unquote, along with, quote, possible permanent brain injury and amnesias following lack of oxygen or exposure to other gases. They have no morals. They have no ethics. They have no humanity.
So really quick, somebody said that the Iranian leader has been, they took the Iranian, they said that earlier. But then the nigga came on TV. That's what America wants everybody else to think. That's what the mainstream media wants everybody else to think. Now, again, I'm with you, so I don't know if that's happened since I've been on live stream with you guys, if that's happened. But earlier, they were saying that they did that, and the dude came on camera and was like, nah, that ain't happened. They moving homeboy around like every hour and 15 minutes so that America doesn't get a beat on him. Now that's what they were doing. Again, I've been in here with you guys, so I don't know if they took him out since 12 p.m. West Coast time. But before that, they were saying that, and he wasn't taken out. They want America, or Americans want the propaganda to be, yo, we're winning. We over there smashing on them, blah, 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 blah. But even if they took him out, homeboy was like, yo, he said, I'm probably going to die. He said that. I've accepted I'm probably going to get taken out, which is why they got like 4 different factions who can take over. Not just people. They got 4 different factions with successions, with like 4 leaders under each succession in each faction. And they're all spread out around Iran, which is why they were able to launch those missiles like that, because everyone has the same knowledge of the missiles. Because before, what they tried to do was take out all the scientists, all the people, all the generals who knew how to launch the missiles and all that. So after they did that last time, they spread out all the knowledge to all the generals and then spread the generals out around Iran. So you got like 12 generals spread out around Iran who all know how to launch missiles. All of them know how to. So even if they took the Iranian leader out, he knew he was going to get taken out. He didn't give a shit. He's like, y'all take me out? Y'all, yeah, but y'all still gonna get fucked up. He wasn't the one running the damn missiles anyway. He the spiritual leader. The Khomeini, the Ayatollah. He's not the actual leader telling them what to do. He's not the military leader, so that don't affect the military campaign at all. Them taking him out. If they did that. But here we go.
You may have seen the conversations happening online lately. Is the .com declaration also as weapons? Quote, it suggests using pressure, sound, and vibration also as weapons. Quote, the effects of high and low pressures on individuals should be examined as a possible basis for artichoke work.
Sound and pressure. Like air pressure, gravity, like removing the sitting you in like a vacuum room and removing the air from there. That creates a certain amount of pressure, that type of stuff. Vibration, throwing vibrations at you. These niggas was doing all kind of shit.
Says sound research should include various types of vibrations, monotonous sounds, concussion, ultra high frequency, ultrasonics, the effect of constantly repeated words, sounds, continuous suggestion, non-rhythmic sounds, whispering that may produce illness, high fevers, delirium. Didn't we hear that the Nazis got absorbed into the CIA? Is that like one of those other conspiracy theories that's probably obviously really true? That the Nazis were basically recruited by the US government and then they were either like shipped off to Argentina or we just absorbed them into the CIA. Clearly we absorbed them because these are Nazi style experiments that the US government was conducting. It explicitly proposes dietary manipulation also of prisoners, quote, the removal of certain basic food elements such as sugar, starch, calcium, vitamins, proteins from the food of an individual over a certain period of time will produce psychological and physical reactions. A study should be made to determine whether or not the removal of certain food elements from the diet, certain basic...
Listen to this, hold on.
It explicitly proposes dietary manipulation also of prisoners, quote, the removal of certain basic food elements such as sugar, starch, calcium, vitamins, proteins from the food of an individual over a certain period of time will produce psychological and physical reactions. A study should be made to determine whether or not the removal of certain food elements from the diet of prisoners will materially condition them for artichoke work. Also,
basically making you go crazy with your diet will make you more malleable, your mind more malleable for control.
Also notes that spiced food and extremely salty foods are constantly reported in intelligence reports in connection with interrogation and suggests that if certain deficiencies are advantageous, then especially canned foods having elements removed could be manufactured or prepared for individuals held in custody. So we could just experiment on them without them knowing. They claim that later on they're like, oh, it was consent.
So also in the files, which she's probably not going to read, so also in the files, declassified CIA memo reveals plan to turn citizens into unwitting assassins. This is also in the files. Yo, Conceptual Elixirs. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Thank you for the cash app, bro. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Darius Foster. Appreciate you. And for both of you
May the
guys,
force be with you.
Thank you, sir. So it says declassified memo. A secret CIA program allegedly experimented with a plan to brainwash individuals and use them as unwitting assassins against Americans' own leaders. According to the declassified documents quietly added to the agency's public records in 1993. 1999. Okay, I can't even see. Project Artichoke was a top secret mind control plan conducted from 1951 to 1956, which focused on influencing human behavior and psychological manipulation. In January 1954, the CIA issued a classified report revealing that the U.S. intelligence community had selected a target for the artichoke experiments and was plotting to turn this foreign official into an assassin without their knowledge. While the memo noted the target as a high-ranking politician in the unknown country, it also added that this technique could also be used against American officials if necessary. The file from a senior representative whose name was redacted stated that agents working on the artichoke program had visited this country between January 8th and January 15th to answer one sinister question. Can an individual redacted, this name redacted, can an individual of blank descent, so this is redacted, an individual of blank descent. Now, who do you think they were talking about? Can an individual of blank descent be made to perform an act of attempted assassination involuntary under the influence of artichoke? Now, who in the hell do you think they were talking about when they said, can an individual of blank descent? It was redacted. Why would you redact that? Would you redact it if it was white? Huh? Would you redact that if there was a person of white descent? Because there's no such thing as white, but we understand. Caucasian descent, would you redact that? Would you redact Hispanic? I don't think you would redact Hispanic, because I haven't seen any Hispanic assassins. Not that there hasn't been any, but I haven't seen any for America. The only one I can really think about that would be viable to take it out would be melanated black people. Is it possible? Again, answer one sinister question. Can an individual of let's replace the word. Can an individual of melanated black descent, African, I'm gonna say African, of African descent be made to perform an act of attempted assassination? Now remember, this is in the 50s that they're saying that this language, this is in the 50s they're talking. So they probably would have said of African descent in the 50s. They wouldn't have said of black descent. They would have said of African descent. So, goddamn. Did you say chocolate covered artichokes? Yo, real quick, D Nice, appreciate you. He says, bruh, that was in the movie Kingsman using frequency. That's right. You're right with Sam Jackson. Absolutely right. Appreciate it, bro.
May the force be with you.
Yeah, you're absolutely right with Sam Jackson. Shout out to Sam Jack. But damn, can a person of what descent be made? Wow. Again. And so then it says a handwritten footnote suggested the plan was to drug the would-be assassin through the medium of an alcoholic cocktail at a social party. Get a brother drugged up at the party, huh? That's how they gonna do it. Invite a brother to the party, give him some Hennessy, give him a little cup of Hindenburg. Now again, we don't know that it was black. We don't know it said African descent. However, we're talking about the 50s of blank descent. I don't think it would have said of European descent. I just don't believe it would have said of European descent. I don't think it would have said of Asian descent. Now it could have been Asian. I don't know, but most likely to me, I think it's of African descent. They're on the record using frequency to pacify unruly crowds in Portland. Yep, Oregon during the. Yep, that's right. They're using that stuff. So just like the jab. Yep. And then boom. So they experiment on the original. Excuse me. They experiment on the original man first before anything, and that's with all their BS trials. Yep. They've been doing that since the beginning. The Colt 45 gave him a Colt 45. Back in the 50s, did they have Colt 45? Was they doing the Billy D? The Colt 45. The Billy D Colt 45. I know y'all don't remember that. No, most of y'all probably not old enough to remember the Billy D Colt 45 commercials. Shout out to Billy D. They shook the Colt 45 commercials. So moving along real quick. Make sure that you guys support. The best way to support, get out there and hook it up.
What if the real superpower was already inside you? The Great Book of Melanin Research reveals 130 years of scientific studies conducted by governments around the world on you. This isn't fiction. It's real research on melanin uncovering its superconductive, photoconductive, cell-protective, and DNA shielding abilities. Yeah, they've known for over a century. Why don't you? Order now and get the exclusive Police Stop Law Package free. That's the Know Your Rights Manual, Constitutional Rights Card, Qualified Immunity Notice and Card, Police Stop Flashcards Volume 1 and 2. The Public Official Bonds Book. Learn how to hold them personally accountable. This is power in your hands, biological and legal. They studied you. Now you study them. Click the link. Get the truth. Get protected. The Great Book of Melanin Research. It's time you knew what they know.
That's it. Make sure you hook it up. And for the last day of Melanated History Month, I'm going to extend it to tomorrow because it's the weekend. You can get the whole package plus you get the Great Book of Melanin Research, this package with the whole Police Stop Law package for free, including you get the new cards. Bam! I haven't uploaded the qualified immunity card yet, but it's dope. Also, we see the civil rights card, the ICE rights card. So you get the whole Police Stop Law package for free, plus the 5 decks of flashcards and the 3 t-shirts. You get the hookup of the 3 shirts. Bam. Oops, where'd it go? Uh-oh. There we go. You get the shirts, bam, the 3 Rapstrology t-shirts. You can substitute 1 t-shirt for the Wu-Tang shirt. Right here, this is the Yin and Yang Wu-Tang. Yin Yang Wu-Tang. Oh, real quick, shout out to Power from Wu-Tang. Power just passed from Wu-Tang. If you watched Wu-Tang American Saga, Power is the best damn character on the whole show. Power was the one who backed him with the money. He was the funding and the one who created Wu-Wear. So shout out to Power from Wu-Tang. Rest in power. God damn, man. I was like, no, not Power. Power's the best. He's the best damn character on the show. He the most gangster, alpha gangster dude on the show. I fuck with Power. Power don't play. Don't mess with Power. Power don't take no shit. So shout out to Power, man. Again, man, thank you for helping bring Wu-Tang to the people, to the family, to the world. Appreciate you for that, because without Power, Wu-Tang wouldn't have existed. If you watch the show, without Power, there's no Wu-Tang. So again, shout out to Power from Wu-Tang. Appreciate you, bruh. Say he played Knowledge. He played Knowledge on Belly. That's right. He was in Belly. That's right. You're right. He was in Belly. So, but again, you get the 3 shirts if you order the Great Book of Melanin Research. You can get all of these. 1, 2, and 3. Man, you're a real hip hop head, even if you're not. These are collector's items. You want to have these for the future. Somebody bought one of these and told me they were never going to wear it. They was going to put it up and frame it. Now, that's what I'm talking about. They know it's going to be worth a lot of money in the future. I'm like, yeah, good, for sure. They put it in a frame. So these are dope shirts, y'all. If you haven't gotten one, these are really, really dope shirts, especially in person. So appreciate you guys for supporting, but that's the best way to support. Go to realnagas.com, get you the Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy, and get hooked up for this last day and tomorrow. Only the day and tomorrow. Last day of Melanated History Month and tomorrow, because the weekends roll in together. All right, guys, moving along. In the science and the weird, it says, do you think, and this is an article, it says, asking you a question, do you think the earth is flat? Now, this is not me. This is the article asking this question. Do you think the earth is flat? You're probably a control freak. I didn't say that. This is the article. People who believe in conspiracy theories are desperate for strict rules, a study reveals. Now, I don't necessarily agree with this, but we're going to go through the story anyway to see if it's right. Yeah, Power was only 52, man. Crazy. He was young. He's younger than all the damn Wu-Tang dudes. He in the show, they make it seem like he's older, but he's actually younger than all the Wu-Tang dudes. He's just a hustler. I know a bunch of cats like Power. Family members, me. I know a bunch of people like Power. And so that's why, you know, I got a connection to Power, because I understand. I know the hustlers. I know the gangsters and the hustlers, and Power was one of them. So shout out again to Power. But real quick, what you saying? Shout out Roger Rose. What up, brother? What up, Kevin fan? This is eating that shawarma in Maine. It was rougher than a night in the penitentiary. No bueno. Nigga, don't be trying to get no shawarma in Maine. Nigga, what the hell? Them white folks in Maine. They can't cook no damn shawarma. The hell? Getting some sweet potato, some potato salad with apples and raisins, nigga. That'd have been your best bet. That's probably their best dish in Maine. Well, a little fish on the side. They do fish in Maine. I know they do fish, or some crab, or what is it? New England or clam chowder or some shit like that. They do, not New England, but they do Maine clam chowder up there too. So, but shawarma, not your best bet. But back to the conspiracy. So if you're a conspiracy theorist, you're a control freak, apparently. So it says, if you believe the earth is flat or that aliens control the government, then you're probably a control freak, according to a new study. Researchers have found that people who prefer structured, rule-based explanations may find conspiracy theories appealing because they offer a clear, ordered explanation for events that feel chaotic. Now, this is dumb because every damn explanation that has anything that you're going to make sense of has an ordered explanation. This is dumb. That was a dumb statement because they prefer ordered explanations over anything else. Well, that's anyone who wants to make sense of anything in the world. Tell me somebody just out here rolling with some fucking crazy ass theories that they build their life on. Now that's the dumb motherfucker. A conspiracy theorist is actually a researcher who's actually done the research. They're really more conspiracy factists. That's what they are. Conspiracy theorists is actually more conspiracy factists, but most people don't believe the facts that they will put forth to explain their so-called theory, which is why most people will still call it a theory, because they can't corroborate what the theorist, the quote-unquote theorist, is putting forth as actual evidence. But the theorist knows, nigga, I'm gonna research this shit. This is real shit. Just like the phrase conspiracy theory being drummed up by the CIA when people were trying to ask who killed JFK, and they were pointing the finger at the CIA. So they said, oh shit, hell no, we gotta throw niggas off. We gotta throw niggas off from that. So you can actually go and find the document. I have the document where it shows that they call the conspiracy theory document. You can actually pull it. You can go Google it online. You can Google it and pull it up and see the actual document, CIA document, where they put conspiracy theory out as an option to throw off the main public from pointing the finger at the CIA for the JFK shooting. So, yeah, you can call conspiracy theorists are control freaks because they want order in their thought. That's dumb. Conspiracy theorists actually put things together from many, abstractly. That's not really how it works. As a conspiracy theorist, you're grabbing abstract thoughts and points and information and putting that all together. You're making it a cohesive thought. The conspiracy theorist is turning chaotic information into a cohesive thought. It's not a cohesive thought before the conspiracy theorist gets to it. They're the ones who make it sound like it's something that you can now digest. So it says the study was, oh wait a minute. Damn it. It says, and if you could go, and it could go. Hold on, let me read that last line again. So researchers have found that people who prefer structured, rule-based explanations may find conspiracy theories appealing because they offer a clear, ordered explanation for events that feel chaotic, and it could go some way to explaining why it's so hard to change their minds. The study was led by Dr. Neophytos. Now, it's Neophytos is neophytos. It's really neophyte with OS at the end. Neophytos. His name is Neophyte. Anybody know neophyte means a new person into information. Anyone who's a neophyte is a person who's new to information. That's where, so going back to the Matrix, that's why it's called Neo. That's why it's called Neo. But that goes back to the Rosicrucian. This is why if you study Rosicrucianism, you know the Matrix is built from Rosicrucians. The Rosicrucians were majorly behind writing the Matrix movie. But there's many ways you can tell, but just one of the ways you can tell, because Neo, his name is Neo. When you enter the Rosicrucian order, you're a neophyte. That's what you're called when you enter, and you're in the outer temple before you even enter there's something called the outer temple and the inner temple in the Rosicrucians. And so when you're in the outer temple, outside, you're not in the temple yet. You're a neophyte, and then you have to go through certain orders, and then they let you into the temple, and then you're able to move up in Rosicrucianism. So this dude, Dr. Neophytos, he's a neophyte apparently, but Neophytos Georgiou, an expert in conspiracy belief research at Flinders University in South Australia. Flinders. Sounds like a great university. Flinders University. Not to be confused with Flanders, as in Ned Flanders from from the show. But what was that from Bart Simpson? So here we go. It says his team explained or examined more than 550 people to understand why some individuals show an increased interest in conspiracy explanations. Rather than pointing to poor reasoning, the study highlights the role of a thinking style known as systemizing. A core trait also linked with autism. What? This describes a strong drive to identify patterns and make sense of events, through consistent rules. People often assume conspiracy beliefs form because someone isn't thinking critically. No, that's not why. That's what you're saying. But our findings show that for those who prefer systemic structure or systematic structure, conspiracy theories can feel like a highly organized way to understand confusing or unpredictable events. Now, they're basically saying that conspiracy theories are dumb. This is what he's saying. And the way you make sense of complicated information is you make simple conclusions. You come to simple, dumb conclusions. Or maybe a complicated conclusion that just has an order to it that makes sense, is what he's saying. But apparently, this is for the dummies. Apparently, this is for the dummies. Holy shit. So conspiracy theories are stupid. That's what they're trying to say. Says Jordan Maxwell was an illmatic human being. He sure was. I knew Jordan Maxwell, so he was a cool cat, man. When we would go to the Conscious Life Expos out here, he would show up to the Conscious Life Expos, and he would give these lectures. Like we'd be standing around at our booths, or we'd walk around there, or he'd have a booth, and we'd come around him, and he'd just start breaking off all this information, and be like 20, 30 people. Then it'd start to be the whole damn place around him and shit. So Jordan Maxwell was a cool cat. Then go to his house, and then his house is junky as shit with all his damn books and shit. But shout out, he gave me some books though. So shout out to Jordan Maxwell. But they would say Jordan Maxwell is one of these people. They would, according to the study, Jordan Maxwell would be one of these simple-minded people that's just trying to put information together because it's easier to make sense of for the dummy, apparently. So moving along. Moving along, this is crazy. Secret mind control techniques using TVs are revealed in a disturbing patent. Again, secret mind control techniques using TVs are revealed in a disturbing patent. It says the blueprints for a strange invention that allegedly uses TVs and computers to control the mind have been discovered. The U.S. patent entitled Nervous System Manipulation by Electromagnetic Fields from Monitors. This is what it's titled again. The title is Nervous System Manipulation by Electromagnetic Fields from Monitors. That's the patent. The U.S. patent described a technique for influencing a person's body and mind using visible electromagnetic fields from screens like computer monitors or old-style TV tubes called CRT monitors, which were common in the early 2000s. The document details how very weak electromagnetic fields pulsing at certain slow frequencies can produce measurable psychological effects in humans. These pulses can stimulate the skin in a way that interacts with the body's sensory systems. Some computer monitors and older TV tubes, all them big ass super round tubes and shit, and some older. Hold on, my contact is slipping. Some computer monitors and older TV tubes naturally emit pulsed electromagnetic fields when displaying flickering or pulsing images. In theory, this means it might be possible to influence a person's nervous system by controlling the pulses coming from a nearby screen. God damn! The patent described embedding the pulsing in the video content itself or adding. Let me say that again. So the patent described embedding the pulsing in the video content itself or adding it to the signal, either as a subtle overlay or through a simple computer program. Damn, y'all. In certain conditions, even pulses too faint for human eyes to notice, known as subliminal pulses, could generate these effects. Originally filed in 2001, the patent has resurfaced on social media and has been viewed over 200,000 times since Monday. However, that patent expired in 2021, meaning it's now in the public domain. Holy shit! Anyone can freely use, copy, build, or improve on the technology without infringing on the patent or paying royalties. Yo! Now, we suspected, if you're old-time conspiracy theorists, you suspected something like this is popping off. You suspected something like this is popping off. We knew it. We kind of knew. But damn, again, what's the name of the patent? Let me go back to the name of the patent, and it is the, excuse me, nervous system manipulation by electromagnetic fields from monitors. The patent came out in 2001, ended in 2021. Now, who had the patent? I didn't see the patent. Who had it? Now, do you think that was only a patent and they didn't use that information, that technology? How many of you guys think they just didn't use that information? Not at all. Just said, you know what? This seems like some bullshit. We're just not going to try it. We're not going to do it. Not going to do it. Not going to do it. How many people think that that's actually what happened? Found the patent number online for TV used as mind control. Like 5 years ago. They just now telling it? Well, it came out. Yeah, it came out in the patent ended in 2021. and it says it just resurfaced. Yo, Transcendental, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the cash app. Appreciate you, brother.
May the force be with you.
Alex Jones said over a decade ago that posters were being sent through TVs to programmers back when everyone thought he was crazy. I don't remember, when did he say that? Show me the video. Send me the video when he was saying that. But again, now we know he was telling the truth. Pulses can control the body. Electromagnetic field. Now, I'm thinking more so Caucasian people, because if you're melanated, your melanin will absorb those flickers and convert that energy and convert that to energy, chemical energy for your body. So it has to be hard trying to control melanated people doing that, which is probably why it didn't go anywhere, because your melanin will just absorb it. That's why a lot of melanated people like falling asleep in front of the TV. A lot of people are like, why do black folks like falling asleep in front of the TV? And then if you ever seen a person who falls asleep in front of the TV, turn the TV off. Watch they ass pop right up. What? What's going on? What? They'll pop their ass right up, won't they? When you turn that TV off. Because again, your melanin is alive. It's receiving that energy, that light. It's storing it, converting it overnight. So going to sleep with your TV on, if you're melanated, is not a bad thing. Going to sleep with the light on also with the TV is not a bad thing if you're melanated. Your melanin is absorbing that. But damn, these TVs, that's some crazy ass shit. That's some crazy bullshit. Right there, goddamn. Shout out to Alex. Shout out to Alex Jones and Alex Jones he tripping right now, the way he tripping on Candace. So I want to give him a shout out, but the way he talking crazy about Candace, now I know he's getting paid because he's like $1 billion in debt. So he has to do it in order for them to alleviate the debt on him. So, I mean, but that just goes to show that you were never real, from the jump. If they're able to buy you off right now because you're in debt for $1 billion, hey, you were never real from the jump. So moving along, last thing I got in the science and the weird, I forgot to tell you, this is the science and the weird part. Last thing I got in the science and the weird, humans, you fart twice as much as we thought. Yes, I said fart. A study using smart underwear. What the fuck? Smart underwear confirms the average person passes gas 32 times a day. It's often seen as a taboo subject, but a new study finally lifting the lid on humans' farting habits. Hey, this is in the Daily Mail. This ain't me. Scientists from the University of Maryland. Damn, University of Maryland? Yeah, smart underwear. Yep. Have developed smart underwear that records exactly how often someone passes gas. According to the first study using the bizarre device, people fart twice as often as scientists previously thought. The average person lets one go 32 times a day. Is that you? That's y'all, isn't it? 32 times a day? Oh, y'all some nasty people. God damn. God damn. Y'all out here tooting common 32 times a day. 32 common times a day. Oh, damn. It says 14. It says compared to the 14 that doctors once considered normal. So 14 times a day is normal, but you doing it 32 times a day. They like, God damn, y'all niggas is crazy. However, the researchers also found significant variation between different ends of the flatus spectrum. the flatus spectrum, guys. At the extreme end are the so-called hydrogen hyperproducers, whose unique guts produce 40 to 50 farts a day. God damn. Something crawled up in your ass and died. What the hell? 40 to 50 times a day? Holy shit, man. The hell's wrong with you? If you doing that for that's for you meat eating people. This is for you people who eat meat and sugar, really a lot of sugar, meat, and dairy. That's y'all. That's y'all farting stanky asses. Stop eating that stuff. That's not built for your stomach. It's really hard for your digestive system to process that stuff. So it produces that methane, a lot of methane in your body. Now, let me just say this right off the bat. Passing gas is not a bad thing. That's actually, if people who pass gas, this is the reason I put this in here, because I knew everybody's gonna think it's disgusting, but actually passing gas is actually healthy for you. When I think it probably was the 14 times a day that the doctors thought. But passing gas is actually healthy for you. It's the smell of it that shows you how unhealthy you are. If you smell like motherfucking a muskrat in some fucking a muskrat in a colony of rats then crawled up in your gut and died, then you need to change your diet. That's the super sulfur stank. That's when your farts stank through your face. They can smell your farts through your face. You niggas need Jesus, but you need to stop eating so much sugar. That's a lot of sugar and stuff that's going over in your gut. If you fart a lot, that means you eat too much sugar. Sugar produces a lot of methane, but also when I said dairy. So dairy is lactose. Lactose, anything with ose at the end of it, or ace, excuse me, ose at the end of it, not ace, but ose, O-S-E at the end of it is sugar. Like lactose, maltose, sucralose, all of those are sugars. So that's how you know what a sugar is, anybody. If you see a word and it has O-S-E at the end of it, it's a sugar. If it has A-S-E at the end of it, it's an enzyme. Like lactase is an enzyme that you have to break down lactose that you're supposed to have. But a lot of people don't have lactase in their body to break down lactose. So just a little quick thing right there. Yeah, dextrose. Yes, that's a sugar. So if you pass gas, it's not supposed to smell. You should be passing gas. That's a sign of a good, healthy system, digestive system. However, it shouldn't smell. If your farts smell, then you're fucked up. If you fart and they don't smell, then you got a pretty good digestive system. That's how you know. It says the Zen digesters, meanwhile, have the inevitable ability to eat high fiber diets while their digestive tracts remain unusually silent. So it's basically saying if you eat a lot of fiber, you don't fart a lot. See? And they call these the Zen digesters, the people who eat a lot of fiber. Helps to push all that stuff out. But if your stomach is not pushing that stuff out, it's creating them bubbles, trying to move it out of your gut. So all you stank asses, despite eating 25 to 38 grams of fiber per day, Zen digesters might produce as few as 4 daily farts. That's it. So topic or moral of the story, eat healthier, stop eating sugar, eat more damn fiber in your diets. If you fart, that's not a problem. If your fart stinks, then that means it's a problem. Just saying. Be healthier, melanated people. Moving along. Man. So I know we all heard it. Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo. Shout out to Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo. Delroy Lindo is a legend in this piece. Shout out to Delroy Lindo. Y'all don't know. Delroy's that's my man back from Malcolm X. Iron Malcolm X. Hold on, let me find this. Here we go. So, do I got the other one? Oh, come on, man. This thing just be erasing my damn tabs. So I'll show this one and then I'll show the other one after. Yo, Nina, thank you for the Cash App. Appreciate you. Thanks everybody who hit the Cash App today. Help me get to the goal. Appreciate you guys.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, Nina. So here we go. So this is what happened. So we got two things to go through. I got two things to go through.
Apologize if you were offended tonight is probably one of the most
All right, here we go.
flippant apologies one could give. We apologize if you were offended tonight is probably one of the most flippant apologies one could give. That's basically saying, sorry you feel that way. You already know what happened. Let's watch the clip.
Draft of the night for a vital part of movie making.
We're here. So if y'all didn't hear it because he bleeped it, the dude with Tourette's yelled out, nigger! Nigger! So now they're saying that he had Tourette's and you know, Tourette's just makes you call out things that you don't randomly call out. You know, that they say that may not be in your vocabulary. But it is strange that he just happened to call out nigger when it was two niggas on stage. Is it a coincidence? It's just a coincidence. See, black melanated people know. The Caucasian people, oh no, you can't do that. He has Tourette's and you can't say that and blah, blah, blah. And they're all coming out trying to defend this shit. And he has Tourette's, and that's what the movie was about, you idiots. That's why he's there. That's the whole movie. Now, to his point, let me say this to the guy's point. In the movie, he does apparently say nigger a couple of times in the movie. He comes out, he lets it out a couple of times. Now, having said that, where did he learn the word from? If you're not introduced to that word, you wouldn't know it. Is he just randomly saying fucking words from Bucharest? Is he randomly saying Chinese words? Or just words just out of nowhere? Is he just like saying Chinese baloney and shit? is he just saying stupid shit? No, why? Because you haven't been introduced to these things. You had to be introduced to these words first for them to be in your lexicon, and then for you to pull them. So if he hadn't said it, then the people he hang around says nigga all the time, or at least enough for him to catch it. So if you're not racist, the people you hang around is racist, because you ain't just spouting off chicken of the sea tuna, or you just ain't spouting out random shit from different languages that you don't know. Is what I'm saying. Tourette's just calls you to say random words that you don't know. All right, well, he's not saying words from other languages that he don't know. So he had to know this word, is my point. He knew this word. So here we go.
Here to celebrate the artists who...
Did you see how easy it was for me to add the beep over what he said? A man named John Davidson is the inspiration behind this film called I Swear He's Got Tourette Syndrome. Tourette's is a disability where he says involuntary words. What word did he scream? The N-word with a hard R. Please look at Michael B. Jordan and Delray Lindo's faces. They handled this with grace. The N-word wasn't his first outburst of the night. When they were giving the audience instructions not to curse, he yelled out bullshit. When the BAFTA chair, Sarah Putt, went up on stage to give some remarks, he said, shut the fuck up. When the directors of Boom, which won the Children and Families Award, were giving their speech, he was yelling, fuck you. Tourette's causes involuntary outbursts and tics, right? After the N-word incident, they say that he removed himself from the ceremony. But he didn't leave completely. And according to Sinners production designer Hannah Beachler, he did it again, 2 more times. She tweeted that the situation is basically impossible, but that he used the same word 2 more times. Once to her while she was going to the party after the ceremony, and used the same word 2 more times. Once to her while she was going to the party after the ceremony, and once to another black woman. 3 times this.
Oh, so that kind of removes your whole, it was just a random Tourette shit, huh? Because when you see black people, now he's going to say is emotional set-offs. He's going to say this. We're going to watch this part. He's going to say that he doesn't have control over it, but sometimes it's just an emotional set-off. So he can see something and it'll have an emotional set-off that'll make him say something. So apparently him seeing melanated people makes him say nigga. That's the emotional trigger that he gets. He says, sometimes I have emotional triggers that'll make me say blah, blah, blah. So apparently the emotional trigger is nigga or is melanated people to make you say nigga. Yo, Liza, thank you for the cash app. Appreciate you. Thank you, Liza.
May the force be with you.
So, said it twice after the show. So now we got witnesses that says, no, it wasn't just on stage. This nigga called two sisters nigga outside the show.
This very specific word. Before the ceremony, CNN actually interviewed John Davidson on the red carpet. And this is what he had to say about what potentially triggers his tics.
The manifestation of the tick, when you have a tick, do you know where it comes from? And you know, and it's about more about tick triggers, certain things. Like today, lots of people around, I'm feeling very, motor ticks in case I lash out or whatever, so different situations can trigger different emotions and different ticks and stuff.
I am
different tick triggers. So different emotions can trigger different ticks. Now, what emotion is you feeling when you see niggas that make you spout out nigger? Because you're telling on yourself. Emotional triggers make you just make it happen. So your emotional trigger is seeing black people. So tell us again, keep talking. You're telling on yourself.
I'm trying to be very empathetic about this condition, but where are these particular tics coming from? During the ceremony, they made the host, Alan Cummings, come out and apologize a few times. And obviously he was reading off the prompter, but the apology was very much lacking. And then
and yes, they edited the Free Palestine. I was about to say that. You cut, damn it, Kelvin Shorter. you jumped ahead of the game. I was just about to say that. Yes, somebody yelled out Free Palestine, and then somebody yelled out some other stuff too. But the main one that caught me was the Free Palestine that they cut out. So you were able to cut out Free Palestine and every goddamn thing else, but you left in the nigger tick. Why did they do that? Let me just say, who runs Britain, everybody? Who's the people who run the UK? Would that be Kazarians? If you don't know your history, yes, Kazarians are the ones, the Rothschilds, that's Kazarians. They're the ones who run the UK. So this is the BAFTA is not the black something, it's the British. Actors, blah, 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 right? So that B stands for British. So again, Kazarians in control. Now, if I want to drum up division in America, knowing that niggas are emotional and always acting like they victims, always want to jump on the victim side of the game. If all I do is say, if I could say nigga and put that out there into the public, how many, because just to be honest, since the Epstein files have come out, melanated people have been the biggest investigators on the Epstein files. If you've been on TikTok, I ain't even been on TikTok. I just seen the TikTok videos that get filtered all the way to YouTube. So I can only imagine how it actually is on actual TikTok. So, and Twitter, because I haven't been on Twitter either. So melanated people are the biggest investigators right now on these Epstein shit. So what better way to distract niggas by throwing out there that some white motherfucker called Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo, two of the legends of the game. I don't really think Michael B. Jordan is a legend of the game, but Delroy Lindo, East Indian Arch from Malcolm X, call them niggas. We definitely gonna get some traction on that. Let's leave that in there so that we can get some traction on this shit. And again, divide and conquer is the game. I want y'all to understand that. When y'all start talking about white people and Indian people and Mexican people and all this and that type of shit, this is how they want you to talk about these people. They want you to talk crazy and feel shit about them. But you know why? Again, this goes back to Bacon's Rebellion. When the bourgeoisie, when Bacon's Rebellion, when the melanated and the Caucasian people, they got together to destroy the bourgeoisie in Jamestown. Excuse me, Jonestown. Not Jamestown, but Jonestown. Was it Jamestown or Jonestown? God damn it, which one? I keep forgetting because like one of them is Jim Jones and the other one is Nathaniel Bacon. I keep forgetting. I get them mixed up. But they went and took over the government for 10 months. And the bourgeoisie, the rich people, basically the rich motherfuckers, they said, oh, hell no, we can't do this no more. How do we keep them from coming together? We split them up. We make white people think they're better than blacks, and the rest is history. The rest is history. You had laws where black people were able to marry Caucasians back then. Then they created something called misogyny. Misogyny. I can't pronounce the word. Misogyny. It's not misogyny. It's like misogyny laws. I forgot the actual word. It sounds like misogyny, but it's not misogyny. But it's basically where two different races can't marry. They came up with these laws after the Bacon's Rebellion. Meaning niggas and white folks can't get together no more. Because when you niggas get together, y'all cause us, the rich people, problems. So again, who were the people who came and helped start America? The slave owners and all that. Those were Khazarians. Again, go to the book, The Secret Relationship Between Jews and Islam. So again, you start to put the picture together. The early colonists, a lot of the early colonists were Khazarians. So again, this is in their playbook. Divide and conquer. So just remember that, everybody.
This thing aired 2 hours later and they didn't bleep it out. The situation is sticky. He has Tourette's. It's a disability. He cannot help what he yells out. But the situation is f***ed up. Although
somebody put it in there. There it is. Thank you. Did you put it in there? Hold up. Yes. Miscegenation. Thank you. Thank you, Roger Rose. Appreciate you, bro. I'm sure somebody else put it in there too. Thank you. Appreciate you. But yeah, those laws got created after Bacon's Rebellion, where you couldn't marry a melanated person and a Caucasian person couldn't marry.
The BBC apologized the next day. Where is John Davidson's apology and explanation?
What we all suspected has now been
So check this out, though. Because Jamie Foxx said he ain't having it. I got to play Jamie Foxx's side because Jamie said, nah, player. I ain't having it, player.
Shouldn't have to show any empathy to the people he Tourette's campaign. Up in Atlanta, Fright Plus News, I'm John Abba. As the controversy continues regarding Tourette's campaigner John Davidson yelling out the N-word at this year's BAFTAs, Davidson has finally responded to the backlash and much of the shock online. As mentioned, Davidson, who has a special condition of Tourette's syndrome called coprolalia, would upset many when he would yell out the N-word repeatedly at different times, with one moment being caught during the broadcast as Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo presented an award for the night.
Delroy and I are delighted to be presenting the first BAFTA for a vital part of movie making.
Hold on. Liza Jenkins, appreciate you. Thank you for the CashApp. Yo, I did not see it.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, Liza Jenkins. Yeah, take care of myself. Easier said than done, girl. Concrete. Got to talk to the concrete on that one. We don't have a good relationship right now. Me and the concrete, we not on good terms.
We're here to... Now, much of the anger towards Davidson's outburst would be aimed at the BAFTAs and the BBC for failing to edit out the moment, while some, like Jamie Foxx, would not allow Davidson's disability to be an excuse for the use of the word. For Fox, he would specifically call out the fact that Davidson allegedly did not use any other words that night. On Instagram, Fox would write, F that. He knew what the F he was doing. Why didn't he yell out when somebody else was on stage? Now, it appears that this comment by Fox, as well as from others online, has gotten back to Davidson. For the first time since the incident, Davidson would have his first interview to explain the night. Davidson would open up with Variety, saying that despite what some have said, the N-word was not the only offensive thing he would say that night. I would appreciate reports of the event explaining that I take perhaps 10 different offensive words on the night of the awards. The N-word was one of these, and I completely understand its significance in history and in the modern world, but most articles are giving the impression I shouted one single slur on Sunday. Towards the end of this interview, Davidson would go on to address more of the criticism online. Comments following the BAFTAs where people have said things like, I need to stay inside, I wouldn't say these things unless I thought them, and I'm a racist deep down are deeply upsetting for me, and show there's still so much to do. The negative responses only go to show the importance of people seeing the film and understanding more about an incredibly complex neurological condition. I had an expectation that the BBC would physically control the sound at the awards on Sunday. The only time I became aware that my tick had reached the stage was when Delroy and Michael B. Jordan appeared to look up from the roles as presenters, and soon after that, I decided to leave the auditorium. Now, in this same talk with Variety, it would also be confirmed that Davidson's team had reached out to the studio handling centers in order for him to directly apologize to Jordan, Lindo, and production designer Hannah Beachler. Now, despite the private attempt, many have went on to call out Davidson for not publicly apologizing since realizing how many were bothered by the moment. A user on X would write, if John Davidson has not apologized by now, then that man is racist, period. His racism may not have been the reason he shouted out the slur in the first place, but it definitely is the reason he feels he shouldn't have to show any empathy to the people he inadvertently hurt. For many, it is Davidson, who is 54 years old, failure to lead with apologies to those who experienced the uncomfortable moment, and immediately to Delroy and Michael B. Jordan, has left his character open for interpretation, with many feeling that his hidden entitlement has been exposed.
If I have to sneeze and I can't control it and I accidentally sneeze in your mouth, I'm still going to apologize. If I had a disability and I was in a wheelchair and I accidentally run over your foot with my wheelchair, I'm still going to apologize because I still ran over your foot. If I have involuntary muscle spasms and I accidentally smack you across the face, I'm still going to apologize because you still got slapped across the face, even though I have involuntary muscle spasms.
Now, so that's because you were physically touched. You weren't the person wasn't physically touched here. That's different.
Regardless of this man having Tourette's, which is totally understandable, he cannot control his tics. Some people I can clearly tell they don't understand what Tourette's is. So if you don't, please go look it up, because just because you say something with Tourette's doesn't mean that it's in your vocabulary. Okay, he still should have apologized. No one is saying that he should be apologizing for his disability. I don't see a lot of people saying that. But regardless, you still have to apologize if you offend someone or hurt someone, whether if it was intentional or not intentional. Like all the examples I named, why would I apologize for sneezing? Why would I apologize for being in a wheelchair? Why would I apologize for having muscle spasms? But you know what I am going to apologize for hurting you unintentionally.
You choose to be hurt by someone's words. That's a choice. Because you attach yourself to the meaning of those words. If somebody calls you out of your name or calls you something that you know you're not, why should it affect you? Why are you offended? Again, perpetual victims. Melanated people love being perpetual victims. If someone hurts you with what? Words? How can they hurt me? How can they hurt me with words? When I go back home, my damn bills are the same. The food is the same in my damn refrigerator. The furniture, everything is the same in my house. Nothing's changed because somebody called me a nigga. And the fact that that word is controlling niggas today is the dumbest thing ever. We've gone over this many times. It means God, king, or sovereign. Naga. That's why you're on real Nagas. That's where the word comes from. But melanated people love being victims. I don't know where the hell we got that shit from, but that's not what we were. We were never perpetual victims. We were the motherfuckers who started shit, who did shit, created shit, made things move. But all of a sudden, they've gotten melanated people to be this damn non-moving catatonic victim. Long as you complaining about shit that you ain't got this person did that, you did, this person did this person did that, this person, you ain't moving. You're not going nowhere because you're waiting for somebody else to make it better, to kiss your boo-boo and make it better. You don't get the fuck out of here. Nobody has to apologize to you for saying nigga. It didn't hurt you. You weren't even hurt. You weren't even hurt by the time when it was used to hurt people. When Caucasian people used the word to hurt people. You weren't even living in them times. So how the hell are you offended? This perpetual victim shit has to go. In order for melanated people to do anything, you got to stop being victims. If somebody allegedly does something that doesn't hurt you, say fuck it and keep it moving. You got to say, you know what? Kick rocks. They didn't do nothing to me. I'm out of here. But this perpetual victim shit has got to go.
When describing how his outburst works, Davidson would go on to share, depending on the severity of the condition, people either have an ability to suppress what they're saying for short periods of time, or they don't. Suppressing can be compared to taking a full bottle of Coca-Cola and shaking it each time you feel the need to tick. Before long, the pressure is so intense, it has to be released, and it bursts out. And on occasion, that can lead to a tick attack. For me personally, my brain works so fast, and the ticks have always been so aggressive that I have no idea when they are coming or what they will be. I have almost no ability to suppress, and when this situation is stressful, I have absolutely no choice but to tick. It simply bursts out of me like a gunshot. The most offensive word that I ticked at the ceremony, for example, is a word I would never use and would completely condemn if I did not have Tourette's. I'm often triggered by what I see and or what I hear. And this part of the condition is called echolalia. Davidson continues to deny that his tics are related to how he feels, thinks, or believes. So let's talk about him in the comments below. Now,
it may not be that. It may be the people around him use that word when they see black folks, or he sees it on TV. He sees it on TV, and that's how he associates. They're not going to say that, not necessarily that he's racist. I'm not going to say that. It could be triggers from just things that's been in his life, things that he partakes of in his life. Maybe his friends, maybe TV. I don't know, video games. I don't know if video games say nigga, but I don't know, but the fact that you want to be perpetual victims because of it, that's got to go. Didn't hurt you, didn't do anything. Keep it moving. Stop crying all the goddamn time. You're never gonna get shit as long as you're crying. God damn, niggas crying as mad as niggas I've ever seen in my life. So moving along, we didn't know we're in nigga news. And we're in the nigga news section. No Skittle news today. Skittles weren't skittling really this week. But hold on. Still in nigga news. So really quick though, that Free Palestine. I wanted to make sure make sure we're clear and aware that they left that Free Palestine thing out on purpose and left the nigga shit in to cause division. It was literally to do what we're doing right now. Anyone can see it. If you X'd out all the other damn sayings but left nigga in there, the only one you left in there was nigga, anyone can see that what you were doing was on purpose to drive division and get a niggas emotion, because niggas are already emotional, but to get niggas more emotional than they already are. So moving along, the new hold on. The new "you ain't black if you don't vote for me" is Gavin Newsom telling black folks at the conference he's just as dumb as you. Did y'all see that? Gavin Newsom said, I'm just as dumb. I'm just as dumb as y'all. Don't be tripping on me. I'm just as dumb as the rest of you niggas. Hold on. Let me survive. Hold on. So many videos in this page. Here it is. All right.
The same school. Watch this. I have some comments on the other side.
Young black kids growing up in the Bronx who don't even know what the word computer is. They don't know these things. And I want the world open up to all of them, because when you have their diverse voices innovating solutions through technology, then you're really addressing society's broader challenges.
I'm not trying to impress you. I'm just trying to impress upon you. I'm like you. I'm no better than you. I'm a 960 SAT guy.
I'm a 960 SAT guy. So basically, I'm just as dumb as you. I'm just as dumb as y'all, right? So we good. We together, right?
Boy. So we got to talk about old Gavin Newsom, who really stepped in it, and he's receiving a whole lot of backlash for some comments that he made while speaking to black people at some event in Atlanta, right? He did an event with the Atlanta mayor, and he basically told black people that he's dumb just like them, right? Now, the reason why I find this backlash to be so hilarious is because I literally made a video recently, the first video that came out today, basically explaining why Gavin Newsom is so dumb, right? He actually is dumb. He's not lying about that. But the problem is that he's such a snake oil salesman that he will try to say whatever he thinks he needs to say in order to please whatever audience he's trying to appeal to, right? Because again, he's a snake oil salesman. So he's selling people snake oil, and he'll say whatever, right? It doesn't matter what it is, even if it might not necessarily be something that he should be saying, right? Even if it's not necessarily something that's good for his campaign in the future. Like, for example, in the last video I talked about, he bragged about being anti-oil, right? I'm the most anti-oil fossil fuel guy that you can think of, right? Again, not going to play well when you're running on affordability, okay? So, and California has the highest gas prices.
So really quick, they tried to come out and they tried to say that Gavin Newsom says this 960 SAT thing a lot with other people, which there is videotape of him saying that with Caucasian people. And that room that he was speaking to was mostly Caucasian people. It was only like a couple of melanated people in the room. The one on stage and maybe like another one in the audience, maybe a couple more in the audience. So when they were saying, well, he's trying to pander to the black people. Well, in that case, and in the other cases, there's not those aren't necessarily black people that he's talking to. But when he went on All the Smoke, I'm sure homeboy gonna show that part. When he went on All the Smoke to talk to Stephen Jack and Matt Barnes, started talking about how he eating bread, he eating air sandwiches and shit. First of all, this nigga grew up rich as hell. He grew up rich as fuck. Like his family's connected to the top families in the world. Gavin Newsom. And this fool talking about how he grew up eating air sandwiches, stacking the bread on top of stacking the bread. Shut your ass up. You wasn't making no goddamn sandwiches when you got home from school, bitch ass. So watch this. So they tried to wave it off with the Gavin Newsom's not racist because he says it's the white people. But you do be pandering to niggas because look at what you did on All the Smoke. But here we go.
In the country. So what Gavin Newsom said here is really par for the course in regards to how black people are perceived by white liberals, right? And we got to pay attention because again, this dude is getting so much backlash for this. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into this.
I'm not trying to impress you. I'm just trying to impress upon you. I'm like you. I'm no better than you. I'm a 960 SAT guy. And I'm not trying to offend anyone, trying to act all there if you got 940. But literally a 960 SAT guy. I cannot, you've never seen me read a speech because I cannot read a speech. Maybe the wrong business to be in.
They're not afraid. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. And the black mayor just sitting there laughing along, right? I'm not trying to impress you. I'm trying to impress upon you. Straight snake oil, right? He passing it out left and right. All the snake oil. And the snake oil salesman goes on to say that I'm a 960 SAT guy, right? I can't read. Just like you, right? Just like you Negroes. I can't read either, right? So therefore, I don't think I'm better to get IDs to vote, right? This is what Democrats think about black folks. And when you listen to them talk, they tell you exactly what they vote. Too stupid to get vaccines, right? Too stupid to get IDs to vote, right? This is what Democrats think about black folks. And when you listen to them talk, they tell you exactly what they think of you. So again, Newsom here is receiving a whole lot of backlash for this. Take a look.
So Gavin Newsom was sitting having an interview in a room full of black people and told everybody that he was just like them because his SAT scores were 960 and he can't read. How? What? Listen, I'm a Republican woman and I am well aware of the fact that there are a lot of black people that are a lot smarter than I am and their SAT scores would be a hell of a lot larger than mine and they probably can read better than I can too. Okay? How is that not racist? I would never pretend to know what someone's SAT scores were based upon the color of their skin, but he said it. He said it. He said, I'm just like you. My SAT scores were 960. I mean, that was actually verbatim, pretty much what he said. Later on in the discussion, he said, he can't read very well. He's a lot like they are. Come on.
This is that version of hot sauce. So for Hillary, it's the hot sauce, the pander. So everyone panders. All the Caucasian people feel they got to pander. So for Hillary, it's the hot sauce. I keep hot sauce in my bag. For Joe Biden, it's the you ain't black if you don't vote for me. And then for Gavin Newsom, it's the I'm just as dumb as you. All of them pander. All of them.
Anna, how is this okay? This man is a racist, like on a level that's like right in your face. I don't care, but because he laughs and what? My God, liberals are nuts if they think that this is okay. If this is the best you people can do, this is what you guys are putting a racist. You're going to try to put a racist in the White House. I mean a legitimate one. But he's a liberal, so it's okay.
Because I cannot read a speech.
Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way. I was going to talk about another Gavin Newsom clip, but can y'all imagine my surprise of coming on Malcolm X's internet during Black History Month and hearing and seeing this? All right, in the spirit of good faith, if y'all can find me a video of Gavin Newsom going to a poor white community and be like, just like y'all, for real, like I wear dirty white beaters, I wear flat brim YMCMB hats, I drink Mountain Dew Code Red, I only listen to Eminem, I'm just like y'all poor whites, for real. If y'all can find me, Gavin Newsom, doing that, then I will shut the hell up. He's just out of touch politician, I guess. If y'all can find that, find the equivalent. Yeah, really said, yeah, I'm just like y'all, for real, I can't read. Nah, I'm just like y'all, for real. I love Black history. I've read The Souls of Black Folk. I love all, like, something. Don't say, I'm just like y'all, I can't read. Oh, you gotta
How is everybody in this room not completely insulted by this? If you feel like you have to talk about how stupid you are in order to relate to everybody else, that says a whole lot about what you think of them. Can you imagine inviting people over to your house and you're like, we have a lot in common. I'm a moron. I can't read. I failed at everything. And that wouldn't just be insulting to people that aren't white. That would be insulting to everybody. I'd be like, so you're saying I'm stupid. Yet this seems to be what Democrats do all the time. And the people listening are like, yeah, right on.
Now, I know y'all heard Gavin Newsom sitting across from Mayor Andre Dickens of the city of Atlanta talking about listen, I'm just like you guys, right? I didn't do good on my SATs either. I think I scored like a 960. Trying to relate to black people. So the only way you can relate to black people is by saying that you dumb like us. Trying to call black people dumb. Like this, how many different ways can the Democratic Party insult you and y'all still gonna vote for this man? Because you know this is gonna be the presidential front runner in 2028. Because AOC and Kamala, they ain't got the gusto for it. And if you like all the pundits, all the experts pretty much know it's gonna be Newsom. More than likely.
So watch this. So that's that. I want y'all to see Gavin Newsom, all the smoke. Watch this. Check this out. So this him pandering now to the brothers on All the Smoke.
Welcome back to All the Smoke. Jack, it's been a minute, bro.
Glad to be back, brother.
Last time I seen you, your braids were like 2 inches shorter on the back of your neck, and you came dripped and yeah.
Wait a minute. Let me find the where's the Wonder Bread clip? This got to be
Gavin Newsom, I'm looking this up. His dad was a lawyer for the Getty oil dynastic family.
The Gettys. His dad was a lawyer for the Gettys. J. Paul Getty. One of the richest niggas in the world. Gavin Newsom's dad was his lawyer.
Talk about I would argue, de facto leader of the Democrat Party today, Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, who has done a lot to make California a less pleasant and reasonable place to live, which is
the clip. Hold on. You got to get to the clip.
Just
paying the bill, turning on the TV, started,
so tough that he had to eat mac and cheese. Play 11.
It was also about paying the bills, man. And it was just like hustling. And so I was out there kind of raising myself, turning on the TV, started, just getting obsessed, sitting there with the Wonder Bread and 5 stacks of,
it's like the White Stack 5 story.
He said he was raising himself, sitting there with 5 stacks of Wonder Bread and macaroni and cheese after school, eating, because he was. That's what he said to Steve. That's what he said to Jack. That's what he said to Matt Barnes and Steve and Jack. What? You was stacking the bread and mac and cheese? Stop it. Now, Steve and Matt should have called him on that. Stop it, bruh. They should have called him. They should have called him on it and cut him off immediately when he said that shit. There's no way your ass is eating no goddamn Wonder Bread sandwiches and macaroni. Stop it, man. Stop it, bro. You ain't got a pander. They should have just said, look, dog, you ain't got a pander. You can come here. You can be you, dog. Don't act like you us. Just be you. I know damn well you wasn't eating that. But no, Gavin Newsom.
Come on. Macaroni and cheese.
Bro. Are you talking about me?
Yo,
YG,
like,
man.
Every day in the backyard, just bouncing the basketball, throwing the ball against the wall until the ball is just like fraying, man. And your arms fall off. That's it. Whole thing. So just
at home by yourself, eating stacks of bread, a Wonder Bread and macaroni and cheese, throwing the basketball off the goddamn wall. But your daddy is the lawyer for J. Paul Getty. Yeah, Getty Images, yes. Getty Images, the Getty Center, yes. Getty Museum, yeah, that nigga. That's who Gavin Newsom's daddy is. But he was at home just bouncing the ball off the wall by himself because he didn't have nobody to play with, and he was eating stacks of Wonder Bread and macaroni and cheese. Now, let me say this. Rich people, rich kids are lonely. I will give him this. A lot of rich kids are actually lonely. They get home. I've been around them when I was a kid. I had some rich homies. A lot of rich kids are lonely because their parents work a lot, so they're not in their kids' lives a lot. So if he's talking about that he was at home because his parents was always working and he was by himself, then I can see that. But other than that, talking about like not like he was poor and shit. No, I ain't going for that.
And then then the student that was student in the back with his head down all of a sudden started throwing the baseball a little faster than everyone else and started make a few free throws because I was sitting there practicing 500 of them every damn night. And in high school, I look up in the stands, my dad's back out there.
Okay, dope.
And it's like, man. And then he's bringing his friends, and you're captain of the team, and you're like, gee, and it just saved me, and it got me into college.
Oh man, what a rags to riches story from Gavin Newsom. I haven't played basketball.
Well, basically what I just heard was he didn't have a good relationship with his dad. He started playing basketball, and that kind of got his dad to like him, which is probably a true story. That's actually probably a true story. His dad, when he got some status, he said when he became captain of the basketball team, that's when his dad started to like him. So this nigga's doing some therapy on stage. He letting you know that he had a fucked up childhood because his dad was a piece of shit. Allegedly. But nigga, stop acting like nigga you was poor and you stupid and trying to pander to niggas. You gotta stop that shit. We ain't going for it. So Gavin Newsom's full of shit. So moving along, still in the nigga news. Last couple things I got. Where we going? Oh, so a white college lady, a college professor, she quoted Martin Luther King during a press conference, and she basically what she said was in so many terms. Actually, she actually said it verbatim. She said because they were trying to talk about some kids was talking, trying to save their school. They was giving a speech on why their school should be saved. This is a little black girl. Now you can't see the black girl on camera, but you can't see there's a lot of people in the meeting that you don't see. So one lady who's in the meeting that you don't see started saying while the girl was talking that that Martin Luther King said black people are so dumb that if you train them to go in the back door, eventually they'll just go in the back door on their own. So let's watch. And she kind of got some backlash for what she said. So we'll try to find this thing. All right, here we go.
A New York City college professor has been placed on leave after a hot... New York City college professor has been placed on leave after a hot mic moment during a public school meeting. An 8th grader discussing a possible school closure interrupted.
They're too dumb to know they're in a bad school. I mean, apparently Martin Luther King said it. Like, if you train a black person well enough, they'll know to use the back. You don't have to tell them anymore. They're just
Been placed on leave after a hot mic moment during a public school meeting. An 8th grader discussing a possible school closure interrupted.
They're too dumb to know they're in a bad school. I mean, apparently Martin Luther King said it. Like, if you train a black person well enough, they'll know to use the back. You don't have to tell them anymore. They're just
Allison Friedman, what you're saying is absolutely hearable here. You've got to stop.
After that, shocked faces and about 10 seconds of silence. A moment that has Hunter College buzzing.
You could tell by their facial expression they were all stunned, and I was like shocked too.
It felt so wrong. It is wrong. Allison Friedman is a 10-year biology associate professor here, and now her employer is reviewing what happened, explaining that she was on a call as a parent private citizen. The school issuing a statement describing her.
So Friedman, anybody want to take a guess what her ethnic background might be with the name Friedman? I'll give you a couple of guesses. Just saying.
Her comments as abhorrent, adding, "We stand firm in our enduring commitment to sustain an inclusive educational environment that is free of discrimination of any kind, in which people of all identities will feel welcome and can thrive."
Boy. So we got to talk about a story that is going viral that I find to be extremely fascinating. But I'm not surprised at all because stuff like this is really par for the course when it comes to...
You guys don't know last names, huh? Friedman. Anybody know what Friedman last name is? Really, y'all don't know what Friedman is? Anybody ever heard of Benjamin S. Friedman? No. Yeah, what? Come on, y'all. Thank you. Somebody put it in there. Oh, somebody. Oh, no, you put it in first. The Godzilla had it first. He coded the word. Yes. Yes, the Godzilla. Yes. He had it first. Yes. Exactly. That's what that lady, yes.
to these liberals, right? And what they say behind closed doors about black people, because let's claiming that he is dumb, right? He's dumb to an audience in Atlanta at an event talking to a black mayor. Now, a lot of people have accused Gavin Newsom of
just getting obsessed.
He's learned how to read.
In the bills, man. And it was just like hustling. And so I was out there kind of raising myself, turning on the TV, started, just getting obsessed, sitting there with the, the Wonder Bread and 5 stacks of,
it's like the White Stack 5 story.
Come on. Macaroni and cheese.
Are you talking about me?
Young YG.
YG, man.
Every day in the backyard, just bouncing the basketball, throwing the ball against the wall until the ball.
You know what? I actually think he was telling the truth. I think he was a lonely ass rich kid who had nobody to play with. I actually think he's telling the truth. I really do.
Just like Frame, man. And your arms
yourself.
Fall. That's it, whole thing. So just and then then the student that was shooting students in the back with his head down all of a sudden started throwing the baseball a little faster than everyone else and started make a few free throws because I was sitting there practicing 500 of them every damn night. And in high school, I look up in the stands, my dad's back up there.
Okay, so
so that's that right here. Let me. So this is he's going over that. He's going over that right there. But so the lady, they got backlash. They want to fire her and everything. Now, what I brought this up before is because, again, melanated people being perpetual victims and always want the outrage. You said this. He said that. No, basically what she was saying was the sister, the little sister. Shout out to her. She was trying to advocate for not shutting her school down or for for more resources for her school. But basically they were saying that school sucks. That school sucks. You they want to keep the school open, but the reason the school is in question is because it sucks. No one's learning anything. They're not doing it. It sucks, right? So they had the little black girl there trying to cape and say, "Yo, let's keep my school open." And so the girl was in the back. The professor was saying, like, "Yo, these kids at the school are so dumb. They don't even know the school is terrible." Is what she was trying to say. Now, could she use better language? Absolutely. Again, to me, allegedly, she's probably Kazarian with the last name Friedman. So, but could she use better language? Absolutely. But is what she was saying wrong? Again, you gotta stop focusing on the emotion and what she was saying. Focus on what she was saying. Like, melanated people are so indoctrinated, they'll fucking kill. They'll kill to for poison, for somebody trying to poison them. Like, nigga, how dare you stop that motherfucker trying to poison me? Get the fuck out the way. Let him poison me. Give me that poison. So that's what she's saying. Like, they so damn dumb that they don't even know they in a fucked up school. And she was quoting Martin Luther King, though. She was quoting Martin Luther King. So she didn't say it herself. She quoted Martin Luther King. Is she wrong for saying? Is she wrong? Again, the context of what she was saying about what she was talking about. She wasn't being necessarily racist. She was just saying, yo, all these kids are so damn dumb that they don't even know they in a goddamn whack-ass college. I mean, a whack-ass school. Is she wrong for saying that? Yes or no? I'll put it in the chat and put it in the comments. Y'all let me know, because I don't think she was wrong for saying it. She could have chose a better way to say it, for sure. But she didn't know she was on the mic. So she thought the mic was off. so she thought, when you say you're yourself when you think the mic is off, you're not going to try to edit and monitor yourself when you think the mic is off. So, you said she was wrong. Yeah, she was wrong for what? What was she wrong about? Jesus, what was she wrong about? These schools in the hood are fucked up. What was she wrong about? That's why they got closed down. You get the school has gotten, or the school industry, the school board has gotten some like $5 trillion since it was created. $5 trillion. And they're like number 30 something in the world in education. Does that make any sense? $5 trillion to be 30 something in education in the world? Stop it. Come on now. We're not about to sit up here and be some old emotional, sensitive. She said that we were dumb. So Do something about it. Stop crying. Crying ain't gonna do shit. Crying ain't never helped nobody. It ain't never healed shit. So, just saying that right there. I don't know if the backlash was necessarily earned. The backlash by how she said it, absolutely. But for what she said, I don't think she should have been vilified for what she said. How she said it, yeah. But she wasn't saying it openly, though. She was just talking to herself. What would people say if they caught us talking shit with the mic on when we think it's off? How many of y'all in here would get caught with the mic, would be plastered all over the news media if somebody caught you with your mic on when you thought it was off? Huh? How many of y'all in here editing yourself with your mic off? None of y'all. So I don't want to hear that shit. So moving along. Still in nigga news. There was a whole lot of niggas niggering this week. Still in the nigga news. That's the last thing I got. So there was a brother who actually went in front of the school board and dropped some jewels in front of the school board. And I want to see if you guys agree with my man, because he was dropping some jewels on this bitch. And I couldn't find anything really that I disagreed with. Now you tell me if you can find something that you disagree with that my man is breaking off, because I couldn't find anything. So here we go.
Michigan. I'm a political content creator with about 300,000 followers on Instagram, with 50,000 on X. I talk about the black community and the problems with black people in America aggressively. We look at immigration in this country. Historically, immigrants did not build America. It was blacks and whites that built America. All right, that's a fact. You can sit back and talk about stolen land, but you benefit from the stolen land. You benefit from being in this country. There's no other country you'd rather go to. With that being said, I'll bring my black American perspective on this immigration issue. I don't want people in my country that are incompatible with our way of life and existence. Immigration, statistically, lowers wages. Big billionaires, big corporations, both parties use illegal immigration for their own benefit to stay in power. And we get nothing. The working class gets nothing. It hurts working class, white and black communities every time. We've seen it over and over again for the last 40 years. In 2060, black people, who are currently 13% of the population, will be only 15%. Whites will be under 50%, and Hispanics will be 30%. They're currently 21%.
You were actually used to be 15%. You're down to 13%, meaning you're declining already.
This is a great replacement, and the first people being replaced are black people. Currently 13% of the population will be only 15%. Whites will be under 50%, and Hispanics will be 30%. They're currently 21%. This is a great replacement, and the first people being replaced are black people politically, economically, in our communities. No, I don't support illegal mass immigration. I don't support any of these policies. They're destroying our country. And I'm sitting in a room of weak white men and women that are letting the country go. You think the country's gonna be better because you've got more, food to get at a store, or you got more cuisines? You're doing this because you want to feel good. That's why. You're doing this because you want to have some good feeling. I'm helping out the minorities. Give me a break. No, you're not.
Yo, he clowning them. This is the Caucasian fatigue I was talking about. White fatigue. These are the liberals. These Caucasian liberals who sit up here and act like they helping niggas by acting like, well, they won't be able to get IDs. They're just poor. They have low life scores. They don't use computers. They just shut your ass up. You sit up here trying to infantilize the African American, or the not only African American, but the melanated community, trying to make it seem like we babies and infants, so that you can use us as a political football. Fuck that. Melanated people, stop being victims. It's the fact that you constantly are victims that allow them to do that. Oh, you need someone to help you and speak for you, don't you? You're a victim. Yeah, stop. Leave this man alone. Leave this woman alone. If you say, bitch, if you don't get your ass out of here, I don't need you. Get the fuck off of me. Get the fuck away from me. If you say some shit like that, or help me build something instead of help me complain about some shit, that's a different game. But I don't need you to help me complain, bitch. Complaining don't get nothing. And that's what these Caucasian people are doing. They always complain this, oh my God, it's bad. They did this, they did that. Shut your ass up. You ain't got to live with none of this. You don't got to live with these people that you caping for. Melanated people do. You ain't losing jobs because of that shit. Melanated people are. Again, 20,000 commercial driver's licenses in America given to illegal immigrants. 20,000. That's 20,000 fucking jobs that would be available right now. Good jobs. Truck driver paid great. My nephew is a truck driver. So I don't want to hear this bullshit. That's why I say this dude is dropping jewels. He's dropping jewels.
You're killing yourself. You want to have some good feeling. I'm helping out the minorities. Give me a break. No, you're not. You're killing yourself. You're slowly allowing your civilization, your identity to be eroded. And then you're going to sit back and drag other black people and bring us out as the token blacks to support these policies, which directly affect us in major cities. We suffer from it. We're not benefiting from it. We're not going to gain anything from it. When Hispanics become the majority in this country from illegal immigration because they have a higher birth rate and because blacks and whites don't want to have stable and strong families, we sit back and we allow our families to be extremely dysfunctional in our own regard. When these people come to our country, they're not coming for a better way of life. They're coming for two reasons. For economic opportunity, because guess what? Their country doesn't have it. And also because we support foreign countries that destabilize their countries and allow these people over here and advocate for these people being over here. I'm going to mention Israel, America's greatest enemy, not ally. Woo. So to sit here and have white men and women, along with black people, I'm seeing on TV constantly support these policies, you are slowly destroying this country. Black Gen X, you're slowly destroying this country. White Gen X, you're slowly destroying this country. White millennials that want to sit back and talk about they're for the working class, they're for socialism. Well, guess what? Of course. Well, guess what? Stalin and Mao, they deported millions of people. When I talk about the Holocaust, you know what? I wish I was the Gestapo. Get these people out quicker. I don't want people in my country who are here to economically and politically replace the people who built this country for generations.
Woo! He dropping bombs. Yo!
I don't want people in my country who are here to economically and politically replace the people who built this country for generations. My family's been in this country for generations. My family didn't come off a boat in the last century. They were brought over here, sold by Jews and Arabs, brought over here into the southern states. And they worked very hard for this country to be what it is today. But now we have weak people in power that want to feel good, that want to sit back and try to swindle us and fool us as if they care about these people. If you actually care about these people, you go after the mass corporations that use these people for cheap labor, both Democrat and Republican. If you actually care about these people, you wouldn't sit back and try to pander to them to get them to vote for you every election. You would actually serve the people's interests, fixing the failing infrastructure, fixing the dysfunctional schools, providing incentives for people to have families, strong and stable families. We're not having it in this country. We're sitting here crying about 2 people that got killed, when we have millions of people in our country that are homeless. We're crying about people who stood in the way of us solving a massive issue, not just in this country, but across all the Western world, Western civilization. Listen, you can sit back and look at me and say, why is this black man up here defending this? Because I live here. This is my country. I serve my country in the 82nd Airborne. I love my country. My family's worked very hard for this country. My grandfather, 44 years in the Navy, 20 years in the city of Detroit as an EMT, a doctor with a PhD in anatomy and physiology. My mother, working in real estate and insurance. My father, deceased. A hardworking American family. Generations of black Americans have worked very hard, and generations of white Americans have worked very hard. And for us to give up what we have, for us to give up what we've built, is a great tragedy. Thank you. Thank you.
Let me say, did that dude drop bombs or not? Yo, did he drop Scud missiles all on them bitches in there or not? He just, yo, my man just Scud missiled the fuck off up in that bitch. Shout out to him. I don't know who that dude is, but yo, that dude just mangled that whole crowd. Yo, and he didn't tell not one lie. Like, look, man, y'all keep crying over this land was stolen, this land was this. Again, crying victims, perpetual victims, crying over shit that don't affect you. The fact of the matter is, you live in this bitch now. You need to use this motherfucker now. You need these resources. Stop crying about some shit that happened thousands of years ago, hundreds of years ago. That ain't affecting you right now. Only because you letting it affect you. Get off your ass and do something. That's what those other people who come over, why you think they be trekking and dying to come over here? They trek them months and months and months, willing to risk death, life and limb to get over here so they can have an opportunity that your ass sitting over here talking about, oh shit, these niggas, they hate black, they had black folks over here, they hate these niggas, they hate niggas, blah, 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 redlining and blah, blah. Shut the fuck up and get off your ass and do something. God damn. Crying ass motherfuckers. Shit. The fuck off your ass and do something. or these motherfuckers will take over your whole land. It is here. They're here to take over your shit. You better up your stock. That means knowledge, discipline, education, all of that. Whatever the hell, you need to up your stock in this system. You're dying. You're going out slowly because you don't do and you did none of that stuff. Didn't take advantage of any of these things when you were had all of the time to do so in the system. These people coming over here like these niggas did what? They got resource, they got access to what? And they didn't do what? Oh, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of my way. American, FBA, ADOS, whatever the fuck your name is. Get the fuck out of the way. You ain't using it. Let me use it. So again, you got to get off your ass, do something, because people are coming. Just like he said, it is the replacement theory. He is absolutely right. I've been telling y'all this for a minute though. Your stock is going down while other people's stock is rising in this system. And you gotta, you better do something. I'm telling you right now, y'all better do something if you want to keep your game up. Also, make sure you get out there and support. Get this damn information so you can get these Please Stop flashcards, constitutional rights card, know your rights manual, and everything that comes with it. The Great Book of Melanin Research.
For over a century, they observed you, measured you, questioned what they could not explain. Reports were written, then filed away. Findings whispered in academic circles, yet never spoken in classrooms. Knowledge stored like a secret, visible but never illuminated. But the silence only lasts so long. Eventually, truth resurfaces. The Great Book of Melanin Research opens the door to what was gathered and concealed. Decades of studies, global reports, and scientific notes that reveal more about identity, culture, and human design than they ever expected. This is not myth. This is not speculation. This is the record they left behind, a record meant for anyone but you. Order today, and the Police Stop Law Package becomes your free companion. A guide to protection, awareness, and grounding in the world you navigate daily. For a century, they studied you in silence. Now the silence breaks, and the knowledge returns home.
Get on over there, help support. That's how you really support Real Nagas. Go to realnagas.com. Make sure you hook it up. That that Great Book of Melanin Research. The good stuff, the Great Book of Melanin Research. Bam. And get hooked up with all the goodies. Get the 5 decks of flashcards. That's only today and tomorrow. You get the 3 shirts, volumes 1, 2, and 3, or you can substitute for a Wu-Tang or a Wu-Astrology shirt if you want. Or you can get one t-shirt and 1 hoodie. All right, but that's only for the last of Melanated month. That's today, and then extending it because it's the weekend. So I'm extending Melanated month till tomorrow. So you can go today and tomorrow. But after today and tomorrow, the deal is off again because I will be getting out to mail you guys stuff next week. So sorry I haven't been able to do it this week. Still dealing with these injuries. Thank you guys for your patience. I appreciate you. When I'm sitting up here looking like Martin after fighting Tommy Hearns, but appreciate you guys for holding on. Also, if you get over to knowyourrightsfoundation.org, if you want to sign up for the March interview class, that's on March 18th. We'll be holding an interview class. So make sure you get over there, kyrf.org/volunteers. If you want to learn the law for free, we are teaching you for free, but it's not necessarily free. Your activity, your involvement is required. You just can't come in here and ear hustle, sit on the wall and learn stuff and then bounce. No, your participation is your payment in Know Your Rights Foundation. So if you're willing to do that, be motivated, get in here, learn this information so you can help other people. We'd love to see you. Get in here, make sure you fill out the questionnaire or information, the message box on the website. Send us a message. We'll send you back a questionnaire. Fill that out. Just 10 questions to make sure that so we can see where you're starting from. There's no pass or fail. You send that back to us, and then we send you an interview date. Just that simple. All right, but you have to do that because if you can't follow those instructions, how are you going to follow instructions to save your ass at a police stop? So just those very simple instructions you should be able to follow just to get to us. If you can't do that, hey, we sorry. That's just very simple stuff. That's like trying to get an ID to vote. People who can't get an ID to vote probably shouldn't be voting. You need to get your life together. So if you come over here and you can't just figure out the main steps just to get to us from an email and fill out a questionnaire and send that back, hey, you need to get your life together. Just saying. But for other people, appreciate you. Thank all my moderators and all my people who hit the super chat and the cash apps. Appreciate you guys. Let me give you some more love for the day. Yoda also has something to
May
say.
the force be with you.
When all those people sitting on your ass, Master Yoda has a message for you too.
Do or do not. There is no try.
You understand? Do or do not, there is no try. Get off your ass and get it done. No excuses. For me, I'm about to get me some food because I'm hungry as hell. Appreciate you guys for coming, showing up today on this Saturn's Day. I'm out of here. I'll let you later. Deuces, people.
Real Nagas, tap in.